don't want to get silenced and locked down. So curious to see them ban it this early, as I feel very few teams have played Night Stalker this far, and usually when we see it, it's been a late pickup. So this is really a curveball in the draft, in my opinion.
So something's going to get let through. It's going to be Gyro, Timber, Coddle, or Venge. Again, Night Stalker and then Batrider are the two differences. That's why there's even though we have two bans still yet to see. So at least those four heroes is what has been constantly banned out. So we'll see again what needs to be changed.
Yeah, we see them changing it up a little bit. Even Naga Siren coming out here being banned out by Execration as well. Interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
Definitely gonna mix it up a bit here for the first phase. More options on the table then for what you want to get in this first phase pick. But I think, you know, these teams after game one are probably pretty reluctant to take the Earth Spirit as a first pick. Like, I know it's a hero that both Yopash and Bob like, but are we really gonna see them open that after what we saw happen in game one as well?
There's the tree. So Execration, what's our response going to be? We've seen Venges now uncontested. Again, the Coddle as well. So
10 seconds remaining.
there could be something completely different that they even want to go down here with the first phase.
Yeah, I like the idea of Razor as well. Like, one hero that doesn't get enough priority here, I think. It was banned out in the first series, but second series was completely ignored. And I think it's still a very, very strong lane dominator hero. And we've seen two games now where one team gets a little bit ahead in the laning stage and then snowballs a lot from there. So getting a nice, strong laner that can pair up against many things could be nice for them.
I think Primal Beast is another hero that could be considered for Execration. I think Primal Beast and Batrider have always been like nice early responses to the Treant Protector, and I've at least seen that hero banned out a lot in the first phase. And I think you brought it up even in game one, like Execration have the potential to flex it. Tino has a good dino, but we'll get the Clockwork instead.
Yeah, completely agree that it could have been a nice one, but they get the clock, so they get some ability to find the tree and catch him as well. And clock kind of signaling that you may expect perhaps a pos 3 that is ranged, you know, to pair up with the Clockwork. We could see that Visage from Tino again. Visage Clockwork, super strong combination of two heroes. So maybe that should be on Boom's mind to perhaps ban out, perhaps get ready for it.
Turn to ban.
Darkseid ban, so potentially. I mean, this is always the back and forth, right? You know, Darkseid maybe enables something like a Terrorblade. Both people would be considering now because you have the potential melee 5. But then also that means we could see a Drow Ranger coming out later in the draft as well. So there's a lot more that's continuing to get enabled here.
Yeah, I think it's smart to get rid of the Darkseid Clockwork combo at least. Pretty nasty to play against. And Boom are going to ban out the Silencer, which does set up a little bit. They played Dawnbreaker into Silencer before, and it didn't work out too well for him. It felt pretty bad for WS, and WS really likes his Dawnbreaker. So this, you know, sets him up in a way. And also Yopash plus a lot of these Spirit heroes on mid also enjoys playing, you know, over on those Playmake heroes like Queen and Puck. So Silencer could be an annoying hero for a lot of these core heroes.
So that would be a pretty strong start to the draft in regard to lanes. Treant Protector, very good support. Then a Dawnbreaker off lane, very strong lane. Very strong lane, I should say. Probably top 3, top 5 off laning heroes at the moment, I think, that just never lose their lane, it feels like.
Yeah, I would like to see like a Venge Dawnbreaker off lane even, and then throw the Treant safe lane, put it together with, you know, some carry that suits the matchup for what you see Execration pick up. Something like that could build to really, really strong side lanes. And we'll see what Execration are going to do here, knowing that there's a Treant already. They got the clock, which isn't a bad matchup as well, you know, being able to battery him, but he's not likely, you know, he doesn't have to be the one to lane against him. They could throw him towards the safe lane, but they go with the combo that I mentioned, the Visage and Clockwork. It's a 1-2 combo, very, very easy to kill anyone for these two heroes, and you get tons of fight potential for the bounty runes at level 1 as well. So early smoke already looking strong for Execration.
10 seconds remaining.
Are there already some carry heroes you feel like Natsumi is starting to consider when he sees his lane matchup?
I mean, we could see him go towards. I mean, Terrorblade looks pretty damn good. I think that could be one of the nicer ones. Other than that, maybe go Faceless Void, but we're gonna see them first prioritize some other heroes, get the Dark Willow in there, and of course WS on the Dawnbreaker. Also like Dawnbreaker against Visage, because once Visage gets the Aghanims and looks for pickoffs, the Dawnbreaker can save people. And you even have the tree for giving armor. So they have some global safety nets on Boom now.
And you would say Boom's teamfight is vastly superior. Like, sure, Visage maybe with some auras can help offset that currently, but Boom's 5v5 is looking very scary with their first 3 heroes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they got the big circle spells, right? They got the Terrorize, the Treant ulti, and the Solar Guardian. There's some crazy stuff going in. So Execration, maybe we'll see them start picking to play more the split push game and split up the map a bit. They're gonna go with Faceless Void for themselves here. A hero that generally lanes well against Dawnbreaker. Time Walk is pretty damn good. Also, Time Dilation is nasty for Willow because Willow has an extra spell, so getting slowed more. And also, Time Dilation against Shadow Realm is really, really brutal.
5 seconds.
But as the game goes on, I mean, I guess Chrono is going to fix some of your team fight issues. You will need damage now inside it.
Yeah, they need something. Oh, interesting. So putting the AA, this is going to be then the safe lane combination, Faceless Void and AA. I mean, that's a great thing. You were calling for damage into Chrono, AA ulti. It's a classic. Also counters out what you're playing against here. Tree and Dawnbreaker, a lot of heal mechanics. Now the AA takes away the possibility for you to heal. You can suddenly burst people. And Clockwork, another setup for the AA ulti is that cogs. It's not just the Chronosphere that you rely heavily on here, but you can make plays around that as well.
To be, well, again, something we brought up earlier on, but also one of the few healing mechanics that actually goes through Ice Blast with the Sunder.
Yep.
You are still going to be able to get all that health back, which feels pretty nice, and very strong lane. So of course you've got to be cautious about your level 1 against the Visage and Clockwork, but as the lane goes on, there is a lot of kill potential onto the Visage. So I imagine Natsumi is going to have a pretty decent time.
He should have a pretty good time overall, because they don't have the best way to deal damage and trigger up the Soul Assumptions to come out and nuke down Terrorblade. But I wouldn't mind seeing Execration do like one of those sneaky moves, keep 3 heroes around and then go back through the portal or TP to your lane with the AA Visage Clockwork and attempt to do some damage or even kill the Terrorblade early on. Could be really neat for them here.
So we're looking at a classic like mid TB counters. Bob doesn't play the Tinker that I know of, but like, could we be looking at a Zeus, extra damage inside the Chrono? With that being said, then it would put a lot of pressure onto the Clockwork and the Void to land a lot of good Chronos inside the fights.
I wouldn't mind seeing either of those heroes. Both are great, but I also could totally just see something like Lina here. She looks amazing. Spellcaster Lina into that draft looks absolutely insane. And it is quite strong now. The shard has been buffed a lot, and she even got some basic buffs in 734 with the ulti, now overloading you to 10 charges on Fire Soul, which plays into the shard, so you get 200 damage per ability you cast. And Dragon Slave even was made stronger. Just base was given some burn damage. So that's a hero that I think is being a little bit underestimated. And when you have Clockwork, Faceless Void in your team, you don't have to pick a mid that's a frontliner so much. They do get the counter pick though, so Puck coming out from Boom made a turret a little bit. This Puck is pretty good against Lina, can dodge the Dragon Slave very easily.
I hope... I was going to say Bob really likes his TA, but I feel like TA Void is no-go. I want some...
It's playable, but it's a bit slow, yeah. I mean, usually I like playmakers mids. There are some non-playmakers that do look good here, like, you know, TA being one of them. I also think that you could, with a Chrono in your team, Clockwork in your team, you could play Sniper into this and destroy the Puck in lane. Sniper destroys that lane. But it's so risky. it's so extremely risky because it doesn't play tempo. And if you don't take over the game, maybe your opponents will just non-stop gank you. So they're going to go with Tiny, and that's a very nice one. It was used a lot as a counter to Puck. I talked a lot to Stormstormer about this matchup, actually. He is playing on Entity over in the Western European qualifiers, and talked about how he practiced Storm against Tiny, or Tiny against Puck so much, and he played Puck so many times. He said he actually is confident with the Puck matchup now. And there's a lot of details around this, but essentially the tree grab is very, very strong for Tiny on the first creep wave, and Puck has to be disciplined to not use his Q for anything other than the range creep. If he uses Q for securing any of the melee creeps, then all the range creep denies, they add up, and Tiny wins the lane.
How do you feel about this Tiny pick? Because I feel like it was probably one of the better picks they could have gone for, with damage inside Chrono, with good matchup versus Puck, and damage and like burst potential versus Terrorblade and Willow, and your scaling's pretty decent as well. And I think they needed an initiator, so I actually really like the Tiny pick. Do you agree?
I love it here. I think it's great. I think it fits very well. It does what they need, and at the same time, it's pretty similar in playstyle to a lot of the heroes that we see Bob really shining on. That ES and the other ES that he also plays, the two Earth heroes. He's really, popping off on. Tiny. Not too different. I think it gives them a lot of disable here as well, which can be great when you're playing against the Puck. Their lineup was a little bit low on disables. You only had Clockwork, the Chrono, and then the Birds. That's not really enough. And the AAQ, do you even count it as a disable on its own? So getting this insta jump now, he can blink in, start something, and then they can follow up. Looks pretty nice. At the same time, though, I think Boom didn't necessarily come out losing in this draft. I like what they have going for them. The A ulti could be problematic for them, but at least their carry, the Terrorblade, can circumvent that, like you said, because you don't really heal, you just increase your HP. It's not healing.
Well, we'll have to see how this matchup goes in particular, because the Terrorblade Faceless Void one is definitely an interesting one, where I think TB is a little bit more favored with how active you're able to be in the first 25 minutes and how much more farm you can get over the Faceless Void with your illusions and being able to join with fights with meta and taking objectives. But late game Faceless Void versus the Terrorblade can be very devastating with like Chrono plus double Chrono, so I think that's enough to get Boom over the finish line. I thought their early game in their first 25 minutes, they'd be able to build too great of a lead where Execration would have some difficulties with. But honestly, this Tiny pick makes me a little bit more hesitant now to go with that, because that's his like time to shine as well. So I at least think we're not going to get, I pray we're not going to, and I think we're not going to get a repeat of game one and game two where one side just absolutely steamroll this.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I don't even think, that it's very likely. And I like seeing here in the start of the game, this is the third game, the deciding game. One of these teams gonna advance and keep fighting for a chance to play a TI. The other team will go down one of these two big names. And at the start of the game, both teams just throwing out a bunch of good luck, have funs to each other and tipping each other. So obviously you can see that, they know this is a tough spot for both teams. And I think none of them wanted to be the ones to eliminate each other here before going all the way to finals, at least. But they're gonna have to battle it out as they find themselves in the lower bracket here.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting mechanics to look at this game, and just interesting matchups as a whole. As we have a bit of a fight firstly for the bounties. It's where that Soul Assumption's able to come into play, like you said, with the level 1 fights. They're going to continue trying to chase down.
They hurt, man.
Jesus, they hurt indeed. Shanks secures first blood, and Execration off to a good start.
That's the thing, you throw one Soul Assumption, it lands on a hero, so it starts building up new Soul Assumption charges because he now took damage. And then Shanks, you could see, he just continuously ran down the Terrorblade there. He even had one more Blood Grenade as well they didn't need to use on the side of Clockwork, so playing the game well so far, getting a good start, getting that kill on Terrorblade. And this is worrisome, man, because if Visage is off to a good start in this lane, it could become disaster for the TB.
Yes. And because they have multiple people to play with a Visage this game, right? And we're expecting Tiny to have a really good time versus the Puck. It's not like that game one where it was, Bob just crumbled with the Ember versus the Earth Spirit. And because you needed that playmaking mid to be able to combine with the Visage. This game, you will have a mid laner to do that. You're also going to have a Clockwork as well early on to be able to do that too. So This is good signs already for Execration.
Also like the way Tino is doing this. He immediately sent out more mangoes to the lane after getting a first blood. So he got himself the, the magic wand and the iron branch as a starting build, but gets more regen, just mangoes, tangles, and keeps spamming these Ws whenever he is on full soul assumption stacks. Just laying in the damage to TB, and it's gonna make the lane pretty tough for him. Meanwhile, can't really neglect the other lanes entirely so far. Mid lane, a little bit of damage onto Yopaj here by Bob. 7-1 on the Tiny.
Is there any different items that the puck needs to consider when you're playing into this Tiny matchup just because the burst is able to provide?
You don't really change too much. You might go for the upgrade for the power treads if you otherwise wouldn't prefer to, but I mean, that's usually what we see anyway. But you just gotta be a little bit more careful to be on strength treads sometimes when you don't see the Tiny.
Okay. Lastly, our bottom matchup. You brought up in the draft that you feel like time dilation is a really difficult thing for the Dark Willow to play into, and the Dawnbreaker as well in particular. To also Palos can kind of jump away whenever the Starbreaker is up. So are we expecting Palos just to be able to free farm down here?
Should be a pretty free lane. Like I said, the Void into Dawnbreaker is pretty damn nice, and a bit of a wasted blood grenade there from Baboka, throwing it onto the AA out of kind of desperation. Didn't really do anything.
I guess that is one thing though, like Abeng's positioning down bottom has to be pretty on point. Like you don't have too much kill threat onto Palos, but onto the Ancient Apparition without a doubt, Abeng can die with ease out of the combo out of Boom. So we do see they're going to do a really good job of being able to push the wave as soon as the Lotus timing is up, so Baboka gets that. I believe meanwhile top lane...
Abeng in trouble, he gets caught.
Alright,
got too close.
Bottom where we're able to get another kill. Back to mid, Bob. Won't be able to get up to Yopaj though. It was a nice attempt with the toss under the tower, but...
He just got caught with the Dawnbreaker. Level 2 Celestial Hammer charging onto him.
Nice cogs from Shanks, actually going to get some separation. So Tino's off to the left side. They might be able to turn back onto X-Nova. Soul Assumption coming out. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough damage here. X-Nova will be able to scurry back to the tower.
Shank's still holding on to that healing Lotus as well on the side of Clockwork, so has a little bit of juke potential. He's just being annoying. Does have to use the healing Lotus there. Get a little bit risky.
We have that fight for the water, and once again, looks like Yopaj is going to be able to pick up one, Baboka gets the other. So this matchup is no different like what we've seen so far throughout the entire series. Both these mid laners will very heavily rely on these water runes and power runes.
Yeah, and he's gonna go for the bounty rune on Tiny. The puck was orbing towards it, but since he has creeps under mid, he can't really go and take it. So Bob does get his bottle refill at least from that. Not gonna be too parched.
I think it was his glyph on his behalf to be able to stop Yopaj from actually killing the creeps and then jaunting over. So a nice little use of the early glyph from the Tiny. And I like this decision as well. I'm a very big fan of treads first on the Tiny instead of phase, and just farming until you get blink and then rotating. I had the opportunity to be able to cover Eastern Europe in 2 or 3, and being able to watch GPK, who I'd say is probably top 3 Tiny in the world, and he would just go treads, play his own game, and then get blink at like 11 minutes, and then he'd start to rotate. He never would unless he got that treads blink.
Yeah, speaking of rotations though, we see Top now coming in with the W Ice Vortex, amping up the damage.
Jesus, that's a lot. Natsumi, though. Early Bracer in the 1. That's a lot of stats for the Terrorblade, but it's not enough health to be able to keep him alive. They'll be able to get a return kill onto Shanks, but it does still mean that Tino is freely being able to spellcast, so Baboka's also going to take a spell. They're not even done just yet. Tino's got another round thanks to the 1 charger, so Mena is ready to go. X-Nova's going to try and duck into the trees. It's like he's got enough health to potentially survive through only 1 point of the Soul Assumption, but man, Tino's off to a flying start.
Yeah, great start for him, and I like the combination of coming in with the AA as well for the 19% increased magic damage, with the Soul Assumption being such a massive spell as well. So locking them into the cogs, it was really the trio of heroes. Oh, mid, Puck. He's dead.
Whoa.
Nice use of the cogs there after phase shift. No way to really get out of it there. Just got a little bit too close.
Uh-oh.
And
Haste now.
this usually means that one hero is dead. No, when Tiny gets a haste turn at minute 6, that usually means he gets at least one kill with that. We won't see him go immediately as he has a lot of creeps to clear. Going back to Tiny a little bit though, as you mentioned, and speaking especially about the GPK and European Tinies, I completely agree with the power treads, and in Europe it's even common to see a lot of gloves before boots for Tiny mid, and just focus on CSing for the lane. So attack speed really being prioritized a bit there, and I completely agree with that playstyle, because you don't hinge so much on the rotations working, while still being able to rotate once you get the blink.
Because that bottom lane, this would be a huge kill into Palace with Time Walks.
Oh my god.
WS gets the slam at the perfect timing, but here comes that ace rotation. Like you said, it's always pretty much a guaranteed kill into
He's gonna get out.
WS TP's out. No guaranteed kill this time for Bob with the haste. He's gonna have to scurry back to mid.
That was perfect. Immediate TP out as well, recognizing the full combo was used. AA can't combo me or can't stun me here as well. So just getting out, perfect play by Boom, and the timing on that. Faceless Void had Time Walk ready, but couldn't get it. Like he was still getting locked up right as the Time Walk came off cooldown.
Now, WS picks up the Wisdom Room, so he's got Solar Guardian to potentially work with. Of course, Radiant did get their own as well. I wish Shanks was able to find it on the clockwork, but we'll be able to see that Boom can react now globally thanks to the Dawnbreaker's ultimate, and they might need it mid lane for this attempt onto Yopaj.
Yeah, I think comboing the puck is going to be the play here. If they go in, they could turn this. No TPs though.
They want to try and attempt it. They have the power rune up shortly, which is going to be vital. They're going to use the core to the Solar Guardian instead. He's able to get out of range, but has to break it, and nonetheless, that's still a kill regardless of the Solar Guardian not getting that slam down effect. So Boom, a big kill onto the Tiny, which will slow down the treads along with the Blink Dagger timing, and Yopaj is actually accumulating a bit of a net worth lead over Bob.
Yeah, they needed that. They needed to get something going there. Getting a kill immediately out of these ultis feels really good. I mean, they had some nice plays bottom, so it doesn't even cost Dawnbreaker that much to leave her lane for a little bit, since she's doing really well against the Void so far. Double Bracer, Soul Ring, and Face Boots. He already has so many items on the Dawn, so this lane is tough for Void to stick around in.
Very nice TP out from the Terrorblade top lane. Great read from Natsumi. I mean, Shanks was moving over, Bob even TP'd in. This was something we were really hoping out of Execration in game 1 to be able to play with the Visage. So we see he has that Solar Crest timing. Unfortunately, they won't be able to convert off the back of those movements.
Yeah, but forcing out the TP, he did TP to the tier 2, so immediately back to farming, but that means your tower is currently falling. They're bringing Faceless Void to top. Oh, he changes his mind.
X-Nova's going to get run into. It's just Shanks, though. I think X-Nova should be fine. No +1. I mean, Tiny's starting to connect.
He's around, but he doesn't have Blink yet, so he needs to get a very good angle here. They did just see him, though. He might get him.
Nice use of the Rocket Flare. That's a much-needed kill for Bob as well, considering he was able to get that previous one onto Yopaj mid, but ever since then, things weren't really going the Tiny's way, so he's going to get a nice injection of gold.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, good rotation, and then back towards mid, it looks like for him. 10 seconds until the power rune is coming up here. We'll see if more players are coming. I think Abeng is ready to check bottom rune, but not going to be there in time as Puck is already on it. He gets himself an Arcane Rune on Puck.
Radiant's middle tower.
And the tower situation is evened out as bottom, Faceless Void can't really stand against this Dawnbreaker having such a good start, so she's taking out the tower and now starting to push. She's building towards that Blade Mail that's ever so popular right now.
We haven't spoken too much about the supports this game, regards to the levels. We've got Ice Blast at the go for a bang. Both supports on Boom are only level 5 currently, so that's going to be pretty big. We might see Baboka maybe off the back of this kill could help get himself towards the Terrorize and Bedlam. He's going to look to combine with Yopaj, and they will swing over towards the triangle.
Not going to find it, though, as they run away with Visage standing very, very safe here. Gonna be too deep, I think, to dive him. They still want to go?
No way.
They cannot.
Now bottom lane, they're onto WS. So their own movement from Execration. This time they're going to be rewarded. They have to use the Chrono, unfortunately, but it's a kill for Pelos, which gets him closer. This entire creep wave should be the Midas.
Yeah, he popped that Chrono because he saw him basically like a big money bag there for his Midas to get sped up a little bit. Meanwhile, top though, Coil going down here, and Clockwork, just a support kill, but still, you'll take it. Game is starting off in a pretty explosive way with a lot of rotations towards these side lanes now.
I say, Wagger, at least it doesn't not look like we're going to get a one-sided affair. At the moment, only 1,000 net worth lead. I mean, Diaclaws are having a very good time. 1, 2, 3 in the net worth, but it does look like we should have an even game 3.
Yeah, looks like both teams are fighting, at least for control a lot. The big question for me is going to be how much they can enable and make happen around the Visage, something that I was, critical of in the previous games that they played here. And I think as long as they manage to get some use out of him whenever Chrono is on cooldown, play around him instead, then they should be pretty fine here on Execration. The goal difference is really whatever at this point.
Are you wanting the Visage to rotate to mid potentially with the drums, or even with this item he just continues to play around top?
I think with drums, I would like to see him just group up, and I don't think they can go for tier 2 top. So yeah, opening up mid, it's difficult to do when you don't have a meme hammer tied, just going there and standing there. But if you bring your entire team, apart from the Void, just 4-man Dota with drums and Solar Crest, I think it's pretty hard to fight into for the side of Boom. Right now, though, the Treant Living Armor is doing a good job just keeping the mid tower full and healthy.
So we're just watching a Bang and Bob farm some juicy stacks inside the bottom jungle, so that's going to get him much closer towards the blink.
Yeah.
His Creep Wave as well is going to help out too. So it's not the worst timing. Again, I've seen some like 11-minute treads blink dagger timings out of the Tiny, so it's nothing too bad from Bob, but really the important thing is going to be, can he get the kills off the back of those first rotations? Because that really makes or break his potential to scale this game. If he doesn't get kills, then he's going to have a difficult time. If he is able to convert on those kills, then they could have a tiny issue on Boom's hand.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, like you said, the first few rotations are the most important ones to land, but they do have great tools. I mean, playing rotations close to the Soul Assumption or using the AA ulti, these things really help bring down anyone that he can find. At the same time, though, all ultis are a go on side of Boom as well. We could definitely see them make moves. For now, just gonna find the Clockwork going a little bit too far out. He was under a ward, so...
No way.
Nice. Oh my god. Dude. The urn was still on him, but the last hit goes towards the Warpine Raiders. That was pretty sick by Shanks, man. I didn't think he was going to get the hook out there.
Alright, nicely done. More time. I mean, Palace is... one component now completed with the Maelstrom, so getting a lot of value out of his Midas. You have Tino continuing to get farmed, like we said, Blink coming out shortly. Do we feel like there's a side that's looking to dictate the pace of this game over the next couple of minutes or so?
I think we should see more coming out from Boom in general, but maybe in the way of counter-reacting, because that's what they have. They have the Dawnbreaker ulti, so look to him to maybe bait here mid. Tree is sitting behind, Dawn ulti is ready.
They're still going to be able to get the jump. Is it enough burst though? Yopaj gets some separation, but the Ice Blast connects, but it's not going to matter. All the reactions was perfect from Boom. Yopaj will stay alive, but Palace is here potentially to turn the tides. But the Chronosphere, it just connects onto one. It's not good enough. Palace needed more, and now we might be in danger. The control's going to be lacking. Palace can get some separation.
Bet them.
Next Nova will still tick out to the time dilation, but finally Tino is going to look to swing down as well. Over this, Sage puts the priority onto WS. They've got the hook shot as well as Shanks pierces through the middle. Yopaj though is hunting, wants some revenge. He's gonna be...
Oh, he can't get the attack.
The mana. Yopaj, yeah, sure, he'll get the kill onto Shanks. Will he even get the kill? He does in the end, but Tino, some much needed golden experience for the Visage, and in the end, I mean, we see the difference. It's a 3 for 3, but a pretty decent 5 for Execration. They'll get a little bit of gold advantage going their way.
Some good stuff for Execration. At the same time, though, they did invest more, moving in the Faceless Void there to use the Chrono, and meanwhile, Natsumi was just farming, and next meta, he can go push a tower because there's no Chrono available. So, I think it was ultimately pretty even what happened there. Now it's just the question, can Boom make something happen with the downtime on this Chrono? They need to mobilize and make a move, even though they have ulti cooldown on like Dawnbreaker for the moment now. They soon have Coil again.
But you've got meta, and I think that's the most important thing.
Yes.
Natsumi, even an illusion rune potentially for him. I hope he gets it.
Not taking it.
Okay, didn't get it. All right, I guess he wanted to save it for Yopaj with Coil back up. Terrorize is not at the ready though, and the Ice Blast gonna come crashing down. They're all grouped up. This could be a bit messy for Boom. As Boboka and Natsumi, they need a Sun to target. They won't find it though. And now Bob's gonna run over the top and catch up to X-Nova. So both supports on Boom are probably gonna end up going down. On his dying breath, he finds the overgrowth. And meanwhile, Yopaj, he's having a free fight. WS gets back in the midst of it all as well. What was looking like a disastrous start for Boom, in the end, actually works out pretty well.
Oh, that was so close to Boboka going down. I think he dodged Soul Assumption as well with the W. I think he was about to take his life there, but he managed to survive on the Willow as well. Big turnaround with the with the Dawnbreaker finally joining the fight. Didn't get the ulti back. We see a replay here. This fight, TB got stuck in a little bit of a deep position here, and the counterplay with the A ulti, with the Clockwork coming in with a beautiful hook shot, getting the 2-hero coil, and then you see the birds. Yeah, that was a tough spot.
We might have to go back live as, I mean, Boom aren't done just yet. Yopaj and X-Nova as a smoke. They're actually going to move into Execration as well, who were looking to go for their own play. Chrono's ready to go from Palace if it can find the opening though. Drop it onto X-Nova. They'll get the connection onto the puck as well. It's a pretty good terrorize, but not enough to keep the puck alive. And now Bob's here for the cleanup as well as Execration. It's a much needed kills off the back of that big team fight going Boom's way.
Oh, fantastic punish there, as the puck didn't have max level yet on phase shift, only having 3 points in it. So he tried to do the phase shift into blink out, but he took damage too recently there from the AA ulti and couldn't get the blink away. So Chrono secures the kill on him.
Shanks?
A little bit surrounded here.
Bye. Drops a combo, not going to be enough though. Boboka. You're never going to say no to some kills for the Dark Willow. Once again, Waga, we're going to see this Dark Willow go down the Midas route, so Boboka's looking to scale.
Yeah, he wants to build up. He's got that Spirit Vessel as well, so that's sufficient for him as a fighting item early on. And yeah, the Midas into Aghanims, we're going to see it again. Very, very popular build on Dark Willow right now. It's every single Dark Willow is spamming at top. We're going to see a stun. Yeah, birds.
Oh, nice, Tino. Great micro out of Familiar. He's going to be able to stop that TP short, and now with a bang nearby. Another kill for Execration. A couple freebies, and this is going to be enough gold now for the Scepter as well from Tino. So there's even more pick-up potential for Execration across the map.
Yeah, Tino having a much better showing here in this game as well. They're getting to utilize him a little bit more, and the Aghanims, like you said, is going to be allowing him to run around and look for the pickoffs. Then it gets really tough for, you know, these greedy backliners like Willow going for Midas. Might not have enough to survive a Visage jumping you suddenly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There's a big stack for Tiny to be farming up, but there is X-Nova right next to it.
They're going to be able to jump in as well with the Terrorize soon to follow. They'll get the break. Palace can mess around a little bit with the time dilation, but he's got no threat of the corner at the moment. Solar Guardian's going to come into play, but no one's inside the beacon, so not the greatest ultimate from either side. Palace is going to be able to re-enter the fight. Now Shanks is also wrapping around as Boom. They've got to reevaluate if this is a fight they want to take. 4v4 at the moment. Chrono's up in 10 seconds. Nice angle for the hook shot. Shanks again, man. Somehow gets away.
Had some clutch mechanical plays there, the hook shot out, but also the time walk to dodge the stun from the Cursed Crown actually allowed the Faceless Void to turn around and get the kill on the Dark Willow. And again, we saw that time dilation, just a natural enemy of Dark Willow, not really able to survive against him.
Oh man, this is, dude, I'm so happy we're in this position. 15 to 15 kill count, 1,000 net worth lead. Again, game one, game two, very clean for the side that won. But this game it looks like we're going to have a barn burner here to be able to close out this series.
I think so. And WS, you know, he's getting strong with his BKB building up, wants to go for Assault Cuirass next, but at the same time, that Aghanims that we talked about on the side of Tino, so both offlaners looking to be pretty big this game, as they are, you know, starting to get to a point where they can exert control. Top. Coil coming in. He doesn't have BKB or Manta yet. He should just be dead.
Huge kill. All a boom, pretty much. The only person not nearby was WS, who was farming mid. Then you see they're going to instantly respond with TPing to the opposite side of the map. They've got a great Clifford that's scouting out Tino along with Bob.
I mean, it's so nice to make these big moves currently in Dota. The portaling through bottom, not going to be in time to find the Visage. They scanned him, but it was actually just one of his remnants, I think, that they still clipped the edge of. He's not close enough, though.
I want to go next.
Yeah, sorry, it looks like Puck is gonna go for the Kaya Sanj here, going in as the next build, get some status resistance, an extra spell amp. The Dawnbreaker is just looking for a chance to play on the side lanes again with the ulti ready. It all has to be on the back of Puck initiating or something though, or maybe Willow bottom.
Well, Willow bottom indeed is going to be able to run into Shanks. Bedlam's currently on cooldown. Dude, he's being so annoying with these hook shots. They should still be able to get him this time, though. Daytime, so they know exactly where he's running away to. Europage snipes the kill. Level 15 here for the Puck. Meanwhile, Bob also getting scouted out by X-Nova. Now, they've got the potential overgrowth in a Solar Guardian. He will get some distance away, though, with that blink.
Okay, the TP up the Puck here might not recognize the Puck is already in the area on Tiny. Could be in danger.
Oh, they're actually going to try and blow up a bang. Solar Guardian will come in, but of course the Ice Blast is going to be enough to finish the job. Coil doesn't clip onto Bob, and now the rest of Execration is starting to swing over. They've got the Chronosphere at the ready. Some separation is occurring. Palace unable to line up multiple members as WS assassinates our Bang. But of course the Bashes will rain down, so no potential TP from the Dawnbreaker. And in the end, Execration, they're going to be rewarded with the heavy resources expended for that fight.
That was a clutch sentry right there by a Bang that he placed long ago, seeing the Treant Protector. Otherwise, that could have backfired hard if Tiny gets jumped on instead. And Treant Protector was in the last frame of his animation to use his ulti before he died. Didn't get it off, though. Tiny, crucially, got away because of it. Otherwise, I think he could have gotten brought down as well. Big kill, though, taking down the Dawnbreaker. Puts Execration in a little bit of a better spot. And this game is dead even, man. All the way through here. Both teams are just fighting for it.
And we're going to keep fighting. Tiny and Clockwork looking to try and smoke and potentially make a player. You still got the Chronosphere at the ready, so we'll see if Palace even wants to get involved. They've got a great ward as well, kind of deep towards the right side of the jungle.
They could move through the portal and gank bottom, or they could, yeah, go towards Roche bottom even. They do have the drums and solar. It's a pretty damn fast Roche. I think they're thinking about it. Going for it for sure. That means they need to create space, though. Someone needs to reveal if they want this Roche to be sneaky. Right now, we already see some drawing on the bottom part of the map here by Dawn.
They see Bob at least.
I think they're too late, though. They managed to sneak this one. They're grouping mid for a smoke move now. Boom, they realize for sure by now that Roche is dying, but it is too late. Already dead.
First ages with this Terrorblade Faceless Void matchup is really important to go the way of TB, just so you can help get the objectives and try and with second Roche be able to end this game. So the fact that Execration are able to snipe that is going to give you a little bit more time to continue farming. You see Palace queues up the Mjolnir, looking to try and finish that. BKB next as well. So Execration have to be very happy with the current position there. And I think the big thing though is like Bob's scaling right now is looking very limited. Dude, like AA almost has as much net worth as the Tiny. I mean, that is crazy.
It is a combination, sorry, I'm dying here. It's a combination, though, of the AA being really farmed on top of the Tiny also being very underfarmed. So, you know, a little bit high net worth on the AA as the Midas Dark Willow is still 1,300 gold behind him. But yeah, Tiny not really getting his scaling going here, not going for any form of Midas. Ooh, nice pick mid though.
First, oh, that is perfect. Well done.
Dude, that was Abeng though setting up. That ulti already clipped the puck, getting the cold feed on him.
Tossaway is going to get some distance from Dawnbreaker and turns with the Avalanche as well. They still have the 4 stuff that's not even used yet from a bang, and the rest of Execration, they're ready to go. Hookshot if they want to catch up to anyone else, but they'll just snipe a Boker on the retreat. Meanwhile, Tino as well. Well, that's where the hook can come into play. When you combine with the Visage, it's going to guarantee you another kill onto the Dawnbreaker, and these towers, they will melt.
Oh, level 3 birds now on Visage as well. So yeah, the towers are going to fall really fast. 81 damage on these little birds. And got the Solar Crest as well to spam. See him putting it onto the Faceless Void here to bring down the tower as fast as possible. Glyph and Living Armor though. Maybe they'll think better of it, but I think they could still bring down this tower.
Might be lacking some creeps though pretty shortly thanks to the TB dragging the wave.
Look at the damage though. It's falling.
Alright, no
backdoor not kicking in time.
Wow, dude, that's a huge fight for Execration. 2 big objectives, couple of kills as well to add to their name. You've still got Chrono to go, so didn't have to use too many big ultimates, so they're just going to sweep down to bottom. And do you feel like Boom can contest this big Aegis spike that we're seeing out of Execration?
Maybe, but not by focusing Void first, and that's why we see Void playing like this. He's just going in, stealing the enemy Ancients. They need to go on the backline. They need to go on someone else. If they focus all in on Void, I don't think it's a good idea. He has the Manta. They can't try him.
From the team, I kill him the first time without committing too heavily, but like you said, there's the Manta, so it breaks away from the silence.
Yeah, does mean that they can keep pushing bottom as well. Laying in the damage, the tower just disappears.
X-Nova's threatening of entering the fight.
He's got BKB on Tiny.
Over the top, they spy Natsumi. Does Palace want to drop the Chronosphere for the Terrorblade kill at the moment? It's actually going to turn and commit the meta. Coil used early on. They should be able to deal with the first fight, but this is a lot of ultimates, and now they also get a beacon out for the Terror.
What a jump.
Oh my lord, the burst potential Execration. They just wipe away the Terrorblade's health pool, nowhere to be seen, and now WS as well on the retreat. The Dawnbreaker makes it to the high ground, but that is not safe enough. Execration ball is rolling. Tier 2 tower now, soon to be in shambles. They might get Baboka as well. If they hit the Tormentor, they're going to see him regardless. Pops out, TP out, Familiar stops him short. This is getting to some dangerous territories now for Boom in his final game.
Oh boy, they get the Tormentor as well, very conveniently finishing the fight right next to the Tormentor. Can get that, and that's a shard over on the Tiny, who's a little bit behind before, but now getting a free shard gonna help him. Here we see a replay of the fight as well. I want to see, yeah, the Treant Protector got picked off by the Visage Clockwork to the side. TP's in immediately to his death. Oh, that is so painful to watch. He didn't get anything off. X-Nova just out of position there.
We're seeing this game as well with the burst potential. We're not getting that value out of the Solar Guardian. Even if we see it, often your teammate's already been Ice Blast, so that healing effect isn't there as well too. So not only is this like, we've seen other ways to counter the Dawnbreaker with like Nyx Assassin to counter the Solar or Silencer to counter. This Ancient Apparition is a very interesting read from Execration, not only to try to address WS, but also for a lot of combo inside Palace's Chrono.
Yeah, I think it was a very meta-breaking and cerebral approach to the draft here, saying, okay, you got the Treant and Dawn, you got a lot of healing, and you got a lot of, you know, wombo combo, but the AA really counters a lot of that, so yeah, it comes back to that in the draft. But we just don't see Boom able to make too many of their moves themselves as well. I think maybe scared now after what's happened, you know. Obviously the Aegis is no longer there, so maybe now we'll see them make a move, but look over to the Visage, man. He's got a full Hex, almost has the shard as well. This is some big scaling.
Importantly, the 20 talent too. This guy is huge. And you're winning all these fights without a BKB on Palace, which he has now. Like...
Yeah, the discipline as well to go back for BKB here and not go for something else on Void. Very good for them because BKB solves like 4 of their 5 heroes on the side of Boom. You won't care about anything except for the Terrorblade now. So he's going to be doing great. The Execration are looking fantastic here.
Bottom lane, they're setting up on WS, a long-range Ice Blast with the Hex reveal. Another kill for Execration, a quick and easy pick-off, and now boom. I mean, they're in no man's land. I think Execration know where they are. They're actually going to maybe take a fight. They're a little bit split from Exa.
Could burst the AA fast, maybe. They want to wrap around, but they're just going down mid. Surely they have to realize, yeah, they see them now. They're pinging.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it's a DD tiny. And it shows they might just blow them up.
Yeah, but whoa, the tier 3 tower is gone, man.
Oh, Bob. An aggressive jump with the toss back as well. Great timing out of the silence, but Natsumi has to use a beat. And Palace will respond to the chrono. Look at the damage starting to come through. He needs a Sunder target. Natsumi, can he...
Oh!
No way! Palace, you lucky man. And now Yopaj as well. They're all in trouble. Boom. They need some buybacks. But
oh my god.
kicking them.
Bro, I haven't seen a sadder Sunder attempt. He was it was like at the end of his animation for that Sunder, like, give me your life force, but no, gets brought down, and he's down for 40. This is easily going to be top racks here as the Visage shreds through it. They do have a tier 2 bottom, so it's not going to be mega straight out the gates, but I mean, this is devastating to them. They could even go and poke at the tier 4s if they wanted to. Or they could play it very disciplined here and just back out, which may be the safer route as you are in an elimination situation here. 25k lead now.
5% probability as well for Boom. These fights, just early game was looking very good for them. But ever since Execration have got the ball rolling, the team fight coordination has been perfect. And we haven't seen Boom be able to be competitive in these last couple of fights.
No, they have been completely shut down, honestly. The matchup is feeling really rough now. You're going into a later stage where the Faceless Void is confident he can just chrono something, and it's probably gonna be gone by the time the chrono ends. And a lot of it comes down to positioning as well. Like, sometimes Xnova on his tree has been spotted. The early gem makes his life very difficult. So AA getting that gem and being able to scout so much is really making his game harder. So see the wraparound here.
You can't get picked off the start. No chrono for 30. If there's ever a fight, it might be now, but Bob, he's gonna get the pickoffs. A quick assassination. Oh, Darkwillow's actually still alive. Meanwhile, over to the north side, Yopaj, he's in some danger. Phase shift to the last second with the Solar Gunner. They've been able to isolate the Terrorblade. Natsumi needs the Thunder, he'll find it. But it might be a little bit too late. Stuck inside the cogs. Natsumi's doing no damage. Execration once again. The fight going their way, and Boomer in shambles, just trying to delta split away and cut their losses, but they will not be able to do so. Palace with the bashes again, raining down onto WS. They also got a glimpse of Baboka.
Oh, he bought back too.
A 5-man wipe in at the end as Execration are moments away of knocking Boom out of the qualifiers.
It's just another fantastic fight for them. The jump there by Bob was really, really good. He didn't get the insta burst, but on the back of the Aghanim's clockwork, just laying in those rockets. He hit 2 rockets over on the side of the Dark Willow, taking 400 damage. You can see him running away, but these rockets keep going in. Boom! And he goes down to it, and the AoE damage is just too high. They have so many things that just do a ton of damage now. Even with the clock Ags just spamming rockets, it's too much, man.
Up high again we go. Final siege potentially, Wago. I mean, it's going to be mega creeps. You won't be able to stop Execration from getting it.
It's 70 seconds of meta, dude. They're not tapping out because this is your tournament life, so there's no reason to give up. But yeah, they're already spamming some chat wheels here at each other, and they're gonna play it ultra disciplined. This is TI. They want to get towards, this is the beginning. They're gonna back up and say, you know what? Let's take Aegis. Why not? Literally no reason to not get yourself an Aegis right now. And over on the side of Boom, you don't really have a play. I mean, they have a smoke, but if you even try and run down there, Mega Creeps will be revealing what you're doing. And they're not even in time, man. Look at the DPS. Roche is just dead. They didn't even get halfway down there before Roche has fallen.
And Tino's already hunting. He's already ready to go, but the Silent as the grave. Oh, they were just a little bit too late to TP top. That could have... That was almost a cool read from Boom. A couple of seconds, potentially, Roche walks through the portal and they were set up, but nah, not to be. They get the Aegis, they get the cheese. Now Execration, one more fight is all they need.
Boom, drawing dead here in their own base, and we will probably see Execration consider a push immediately. We see all the ultis are back online. They're drawing a line. They have a smoke again as well.
1%. Waga, 1%.
I mean, 1% chance to have a chance to go to TI. It's a good thing, but it's looking pretty unlikely though. Tiny looking for his jump here. Sees the treant.
Oh, he's found it. And that is the only person with a buyback who will use it straight away. And meanwhile, Palace, oh, they're just going to blow up WS. Not a Dawnbreaker in sight with all the burst potential that Execration have. And now with Rocket Flare, Bob.
It's over, man. They used everything. They're going for the fountain.
I mean, we got some celebratory chronos coming up shortly for the boys on X.
Fountain farming them.
Why not? They are filling themselves. Natsumi won't even find a sun to target. G's are dropped and Boom's run will be cut short from the boys on Execration.
Hunting down the Puck here. Puck might be able to get out. You know, he stays alive, but they do not stay alive in the tournament here. As Execration gonna be very happy with their performance here, taking this game. It started out very even. We had the 15-15 score, but ultimately it ends 40-21 with a very, very dominant just change of pace there from the side of Execration. They took over the game. We saw the counter initiations. We saw, honestly, a Bang with his ultis just landing some beautiful setups even and counter plays. I think he had massive impact. This one in particular was where he landed an ulti that set up for a Tiny to jump in.
And you really needed to be able to convert on those kills, because we were at one stage we were mentioning like the potential of Bob with the rough start that he had. He may not have scaled this game, but we saw that was not the case at all. I love Tino's itemization. I love how differently they played with this Visage as well, where it was very active around him. The Hex in a couple of fights, I think this one in particular we're going to see where he started onto Yopaj with the Silent as a Grave. Just Execration, man, this team, and of course, this was a lot of people's favorites heading into the qualifiers as well, with how dominant they've looked in Southeast Asia throughout the entirety of the year. So it got close to them being eliminated, but they will, you know, they'll live to see another day.
Yeah, or, you know, in this case, I guess they'll live to see later today, because there's more matches later in the lower bracket, right? But, yeah, they get a little bit of time to reset after that. First, we have the upper brackets going on as well. But definitely a solid performance here by Execration, taking this crucial game against Boom, because I don't know, man. Boom looked scary going into this. They actually looked like they had good momentum and that this would be a scary matchup. I think I would put Boom even as the favorite before seeing the series here, just by a little margin. But Execration, they found their style and managed to take this game here.
Yeah, I thought Boom were a little bit, as a whole, like to continue on that point, were a little bit more consistent, whereas Execration have very high ceiling. Their ceiling is very high, but their lows are quite low as well sometimes. But we see this is a incredible team when they can get the ball rolling, and this has to give them a ridiculous amount of confidence as well. Like now, potentially as well, they've opened up a different idea in the draft with this Ancient Apparition pick. Like, I'm very, very impressed with the decision to go for it. I think Abang had an incredible game. I don't know if it's worthy of the MVP. I don't know who you're feeling for this one.
I'm probably still giving it to Tino for what he did here. Like, such a shift from last game as well. I hear, you know, 13-1 and 15. He was doing some great initiations in a lot of the fights as well, and his damage. I mean, we also saw what happened top. Terrorblade is a hero that can be good against Visage, depending, but the way they played this lane, the synergy between Tino and Shanks, they get the first blood on the Terrorblade, and then immediately when he comes back, they just say, okay, welcome back to the lane, let's keep nuking you, bring him down low again. I don't know, man. I think Tino, he stood out a lot, but the AA pick was extremely smart for the matchup here. I think they had some good understanding of the game.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think the understanding and the recognition for them to go for the Bang Ancient Apparition pick was an incredible read from them. So Execration, what a way to be able to book their ticket further into the lower bracket. Like you were saying, they're not done for today though. They get a little bit of a break, because next up we got the boys on SMG taking on Blacklist Rivalry. That is the upper bracket finals. The winner will move over to the grand finals, but of course condolences for the boys on Boom. This has been a very tough year for that organization as a whole. There was a lot of promise heading into this year, of course, with what they were able to do in the previous year. They weren't able to have the showing down in Division 2, multiple roster swaps. In the end, we saw a lot of signs of life for them in this qualifier, but not enough. Execration is too strong on this day and in this series in particular. So for us, we're done for our second series, but there is still so much to look excited for, I should say. So next up, we're going to Blacklist taking on the incredible team of SMG. So that's our third series coming up. We're going to need a quick little break. When we come back, though, we'll see you guys with the upper bracket finals. From the lower bracket to the upper bracket we go. We've had to say goodbye to 2 teams tonight, but now we get to determine who will be that first team moving over into the grand finals. We got Blacklist taking on Team SMG Wild in a best of 3. It's going to be a very exciting showdown.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one because both these teams looking really strong. I mean, we got SMG, who we've seen a lot of their games, and they look like they have some really highest level. At the same time, Blacklist, we haven't even seen that many of their games because they just win 2-0 twice back-to-back. You know, it didn't look necessarily super dominant. They had some longer games as well, but still, matter of fact is they haven't dropped a single round yet going into this, all the way in the upper bracket finals now. So this should be a good one, and I think overall, there's a lot to say about these 2 teams, right? I would say that Blacklist, they play, in the series that we've seen them from the replays that I've watched, they play very well as a team, going towards goals and just playing very active 5-man Dota. They deathball a lot, they don't get caught out of position, they're pretty weak, or they're pretty immune to pickoffs. You know, that's not really easy because they're always close to each other. So if you're gonna beat them, you pretty much have to either split push them to force them to stop this deathballing, or you gotta have a strong team fight to go into all 5. At the same time, SMG, they played a bit different styles and different games that we've seen from them. I think SMG have probably the highest individual player skill level out of the entire qualifier here, I would say. They're like incredibly gifted players, and we've seen a lot of cool moves by them as well. But they're playing a lot of different techniques or like variants here to Dota.
Really, you'd say that big one in particular is like this kind of interesting off-lane meta they're starting to develop for Masteros, being that Naga Siren, which we do in fact see first phase banned as well. This is a pretty interesting response though from Blacklist. I mean, we see SMG with the Nature's Prophet, one of the better heroes at the moment. They went down the Rubik route. How do you feel about this as a response to the strong NP that we've been getting?
I mean, Rubik, it's comfort zone for them. It's something that, you know, they played before. They played a damage reduction combination of like Rubik and Underlord. They also played the Rubik once together with the Primal Beast and had great success with that as well. So I think it's fine. Generally, like, Rubik isn't as broken in the current patch as Nature's Prophet is, but it also doesn't necessarily struggle because you get that telekinesis for instant lockdown on some of these high-priority spirit heroes. We see a lot of Ember, we see a lot of Earth Spirit heroes that need some good lockdown against them, and Rubik does provide some instant catch.
Let's get to see the second phase of ban. So Phoenix going to be removed from SMG currently, so just prioritizing a little bit of the team fight potential for Blacklist.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I think they're doing a good job on SMG just addressing the off lane of Blacklist here, because honestly, KP has stood out, man. He's been delivering really well in Blacklist games. We were giving him MVP on his Primal Beast as well, so the fact that they're targeting down a little bit on him with the bans makes sense.
Queen of Pain ban too as well. Okay, so I think we, even in one of the games, I think it was actually versus Bleed, we got to see the Queen of Pain. Yep, there was a second game. Carl had a very good showing on the Queen of Pain. So we'll see if this is looking to protect something in the future here for no one. I mean, Earthshaker is still available. You know, that has been kind of some of the better ways we've seen people look to address the Earthshaker, if this is something that they want to go for on no one.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to end up with. It could also just be protecting the possibility for themselves to pick Earth Spirit, a hero that, you know, they have also not been shy to use. So laning against Queen is a very tough matchup. But it's going to be AA coming out early here. We did just come out of an AA series that we were casting, but that was picked into a situation where I feel AA made a lot of sense. Here, Blacklist are they're front-loading this AA, like, here you go. And honestly, AA against Nature's Prophet does not feel very nice to begin with. It's similar to what we saw before, the Nature's versus Skywrath. You know, you can really do a number to these low armor support heroes.
Yes, yeah, I like how you bring up the supports because they also do not deal with push at all. So I feel like already SMG probably considering about, can we fit a Lycan in, a Beastmaster in, some just kind of run at you lineup where in general SMG always play very aggressive, but also a hero that can help you take objectives. Maybe they might have a difficult time of picking it now because Blacklist will still be able to respond with 2 picks. So maybe they look to save like Mass Ross's hero to the 18th potentially.
Yeah, it could be that they want to go with that. I like that you suggest the Lycan. I think that could be a big one. They're going to go for another combo though. They go for the Clockwork Darkseer, tried and tested. We'll see if it's going to lane together because there's also still potential of just putting that Nature's Prophet towards the pos 4 position to get some right clicks into that lane. We've seen Darkseers kind of struggle sometimes if there's a powerful lane, he can get bullied out. So far though, AA, doesn't look too bothersome.
Why would you not pick Faceless Void here for Blacklist? Like with the Void AA plus against the Darkseer?
There's no reason. I think it's great. I think it looks very nice against the Clockwork. It's, gonna pair up well with your own combination. You can get out of the Nature's Prophet as well. Sure, the Leash talent eventually comes online, but that's gonna be a long way down the road, so don't have to worry about that so much. The only reason to not pick it now is if you want to maybe get something else, more importantly, quicker. They could also go towards something like Bloodseeker. They go Sven.
Okay.
So Sven is 100% win rate so far in this regional. He has 6 games, 100% win, and he has been, played to great success. Blacklist have played it, and they did use it, or it has been used a few times against Darkseer as well specifically. But I think this hero just provides something so unique from carry position that your carry just goes in and immediately bursts literally anyone, and then the fight starts from there. Because a lot of carries are kind of slow. They move in and you're like, oh, there's the Terrorblade. Oh, he's approaching. But no, you don't see that. Sven, you don't see him coming on the horizon. He'll run in with a Silver Edge, delete one hero, and then you fight from there. And I think that's proven to be very effective this qualifier.
Can you explain a little bit about the Sven Darkseer matchup as well? Because I've also noticed in China, people were picking Sven into the Darkseer and having a lot of success with that matchup.
Sure. Yeah. So honestly, it's unintuitive, right? Because you think the Darkseer is pretty good against melees generally, but there's the part where, first of all, Sven can cleave the Iron Shell creep from a creep that's not Iron Shelled because his cleave is so massive and he's able to push the creep wave very fast. And since he can kill all the creeps quickly, Darkseer just gets sad. He wants the creeps to be alive so he can have Iron Shell on lane. And then later on in the mid-game, late-game matchup, it's just not a very good illusion to get. You get Sven, what's he gonna do? The cleave doesn't work, and his other abilities don't do anything. His God Strength doesn't work on the illusions. So you get a very basic vanilla illusion, and he doesn't even go for like an agi, type build where you have Daedalus, or like, you do get Daedalus, but you don't have this massive agi for attack speed increase. So, yeah, it's just generally a very nice matchup overall.
Okay. We do get to see to close out the second phase, though. Pango picked up for Blacklist, so you have your Cole, Hero, and SMG going to snag the Invoker, which so far, at least in the previous series, we were seeing banned out first phase. We did get 2 Invoker games previously with SMG. Mid played it once, and we also saw Januel actually have a pretty good Invoker game as well.
Oh, we saw no one Invoker, right? Instead of mid one, I think.
Did I say mid one?
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, we'll get them mixed up. Mid one and no one on the same team. They should go join one move or something, and then we have more ones. But yeah, that was the game where no one got the backdoor on the range racks and got the mega creep secured with a very nice move on Invoker. Yeah, he really shone in that game with his rotations and his ganks. And we'll see if he can emulate that in this game, as well as he does have the global presence of the Nature's Prophet to work with, the rockets as well. Quaswex Invoker could set up a lot of things here. I don't know why I even say Quaswex, like that is what Invoker is now. He's not, Exort Invoker is not really a thing anymore. The question is though, this Pangolier, how well can he do? Because Pango does build into the Diffu early, the Orb of Corrosion. Invoker is pretty low armor, can take a lot of damage from the Swashbuckles, and I like Blacklist lineup, just looking at it in a vacuum right now, not comparing it head to head. Like internally, they have a lot of synergy going on. They have good setup for the AA ulti, they have great lockdown, nice mix of damage. It has a bit of everything. The question is though, can the Pango get off to a good start where he can gank the sidelines?
Okay, I like the pick. I mean, it's your classic just response to the Pangolier Rolling Thunder. I think it should be a pretty solid lane as well. Bloodseeker, Nature's Prophet. See how they're going to look to address it.
Yeah, and this is where Blacklist, they shielded the Sven instead of the Pango with their bans. So they banned out the Void, who can man-fight against Sven, and also Medusa, one of the heroes that can actually deflect Sven's initiation with her ulti. So instead of protecting Pango from this rupture, so this could be annoying for him. Last pick here coming in. Kind of tough to say what's going to like round out the draft entirely. Bloodseeker, Nature's Prophet being such a strong lane to go up against as well. I mean, you might just see them go for something like the... they could go Tide, I guess, but it's not fantastic. You're still against a Bloodseeker, but maybe it's the best that they have available. Underlord would have fit really nice, but it was a good ban by SMG here.
I think the Tide might give you an advantage in team fights. I was also kind of looking towards that. We're going to get the Doom, though.
Okay. So... That's smart, actually. Yeah, you get the Doom because Bloodseeker is one of the heroes who relies very heavily on healing. So dropping the Doom on him, you know, now that the Doom is different, it doesn't mute by, by itself anymore. You need level 25 talent, but the Doom is very, very good for preventing Bloodseeker from able to join the fight. And even the Invoker is likely to go for the Urn into Vessel build, so there's a lot of healing that you can prevent with this.
Even if you don't even want to Doom the Bloodseeker, I mean, shutting down the Invoker's prowess inside the team fights and even the Darkseer as well. So there's a lot of very good Doom targets. I think you just have to be concerned on if they can escape out of the fights, because like if you don't do Darkseer, he can surge someone, and if they have BKB, they're out. You've got Cogs to maybe disrupt, potentially Tornado to disrupt, so you're going to be kind of relying on like Carl's control and the Sven as well, and whatever abilities Tim's is able to steal. But how do we feel about the lane, though, in particular for the Doom? Because going up against a Nature's Prophet and Bloodseeker, it does sound like it could be a little bit more of a trickier lane, I think, once at least in particular SMG are able to get levels. So can we expect KP to get off to a good start and be that late game threat like Blacklist require out of him?
I think the lane could be a bit tricky here. Tim's has a hard job. You know, he's supporting against the General Nature's Prophet coming in here, and that is a tough one. So we'll see how much Doom can get, or if he's going to suffer from this. I do believe that he can be competitive here in the lane for sure. Overall, the core matchups look nice for Blacklist, but I'm a little bit concerned about the supports, like I mentioned there. The Rubik will struggle against the Nature's Prophet, and it's not just about the lane, right? Nature's Prophet, he will have his eyes open towards the mid lane or even the enemy safe lane to make those moves, so we'll see if they can get ahead by using him early on for some teleportations. But looks like a very competitive game here. I'm curious to see how it's going to play out.
Well, like you said as well, Blacklist, their road to this current position hasn't been too competitive. They've yet to lose a map as well. We saw them in the upper bracket semis where they just dismantled Bleed, and we saw as well in the upper bracket quarterfinals versus Army Geniuses. Those were some difficult games. One went 60 minutes, one went 40 minutes. But so far, Blacklist have been on a pretty clean run up until this stage. And we'll see if SMG is going to be able to put that to a stop.
Yeah, and Blacklist draft, it lends itself to a playstyle they have been adopting so far as well. It is going to be very strong once they group up and go as 5. Even though they're playing into Darkseer, I still would give them the advantage for just 5v5 skirmishes, because, you know, Pango role is very strong. If he can somehow prevent getting himself ruptured, then you have this all these different combinations internally with the AA ulti as well. Over on the side of SMG, though, I also like what they got themselves, because I said, you know, Blacklist so far have been very 5-manny, very deathball-y, so they got the Clockwork, the Invoker, the Furion. All these heroes are very good at splitting up the map, making it a little bit more open, or, you know, just split pushing. If you notice, oh, they're gonna go for a top tower, we'll just start poking on the other side then.
Let us see as the horn sounds for our first game here.
The battle begins.
Should be pretty easy. Couple of bounty runes going either way. Arthur even considers about taking the one on Raven. So, but let's see. Eyes on mid lane as well. No one has been on an incredible run so far with moving over to SMG and Carl, the ever so stable mid laner, I should say mid laner. But we said he's playing some tricky matchups. Tornado to be able to purge off the shield crash as well could be a little bit frustrating in some of these early fights. But let's see what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, definitely. He could even, you know, with a well-timed Tornado, he can even stop him from getting the shield crash altogether if he uses it right as he casts. But so far, no one going to start out the lane in a very nice way, just getting himself 2 last hits out of the 4 already, and tough for Call to get any CS here. Continues right click, just Pango taking a bit of a beating. Bottom, we see a courier snipe attempt here, or 2. Not even gonna go courier sniping, just gonna pull the creep wave on the side of SMG here, getting the creep wave back.
We already see Cuckoo's up to being able to block that one off as well, so welcome to your new lane.
Yep.
The outskirts of the jungle.
Build a new lane matchup, but this is gonna work pretty well for SMG still though, as they keep going away and put the Iron Shell in Clockwork so he can run in and just be a nuisance here. This hurts, man. He doesn't need to auto-attack anyone here. That would build the tower aggro, but just standing next to them, he's passively doing tons of damage. And he has HP regen for days on the Clockwork. He's got 5 tangles, uses a salve, buys another salve. He knows what his purpose is, man. He's just gonna go in with Iron Shell, and yeah, that's what he's gonna be doing.
Well, we've seen some of the Darkseid lanes have been very upcoming, and maybe this is, like you said, he's just going to put his body on the line, make sure Masros is able to get as much farm as he possibly can once they pull the wave and get the creeps next to the tower safely. So this is going to be important for Masros to be able to get off to a good start, and we'll see how early those aura items are going to come out as well.
Yeah, gonna be, doing his best here, and I think Darkseer getting a very good start thanks to this as well. Like, so far they're doing a great job manipulating the lane. Mid, we see a lot of harass being put on this Pango, who's finally gonna start using Bottle and get his HP up again.
Lastly, this top lane looking pretty good so far for mid one's Bloodseeker, 12-5 compared to the 7-0. We were mentioning that there might be a little bit more kill potential out of the boys on SMG, but do you feel like that changes once Blacklist maybe it gets some levels and maybe some early start items as well?
I think it changed a little bit due to the creep that Doom got his hands on. He got a very nice creep here, getting the mana burn and the mana regen aura. So we got 3.9 mana regen for Rubik right now, able to spam his Fade Bolts and also burning away the mana here on the enemy. It's gonna keep themselves safe a little bit. They burned Nature's Prophet a few times, so he can't keep sprouting.
The Lotus fight go for Januel. Looks like he picked up top one. Bottom went the way of Arfu as well. So SMG are going to have both that advantage to be able to work with inside some of the side lanes. But we saw a lot in the previous series with Bob and Yopaj going at it. There was a heavy emphasis on mid rotations from the supports to be able to get the water runes, and the power runes is actually mid.
Oh, he has no spells.
Yeah, he's dead. What a read as well from Januel to TP, and no one makes the call that both the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash had been used. So Januel can easily TP in and assist no one with finding first blood.
Yeah, that's the value of Nature's Prophet that we were talking about, why this hero is one of the first phase picks. You can't expect to be safe on mid lane if you use both your spells like that. The call comes out, and that just shows good communication, right? No one understands that, wait, hold up, this guy just messed up, let's punish him. And they get the first blood over to Nature's Prophet. I almost like that more than Invoker getting it, because Nature's Prophet support, man, get a few items on him and he becomes a real menace.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot, but this hero has a super versatile item build. If you feel like you need a Scepter Rush, if you want a Solar Crest, or Staff, you want any other defensive items, like, he's your man for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's sort of that utility. He can build whatever and fix your game, basically. Looking at the CS for now, this is a very, very strong start for the side.
Again?
Oh no.
All his spells.
Not the same play.
I mean, he can cut through, but this is so much damage. A tornado comes out from no one. The TP's there. I mean, Cuckoo will be able to get the return kill onto Januel, but there's no TP on the... I guess by the time he respawns, it's going to be back off cooldown. But these rotations are devastating for Carl's early game.
I mean, still going to delay his TP by 4 seconds there, as it has a little bit of extra, and yeah, it does not feel good for him. And now you TP'd away mid with your AA as well. Meanwhile, bottom tower is being bullied. Darkseer, who usually doesn't do that well in lane from what we've seen so far, is off to a very good start, getting a lot of experience, and yeah, your creep wave is just dead, so this is tough for bottom. The AA and Sven not having the most fun time here.
They look very comfortable with this Darkseer kind of synergy between the two. I mean, Masros was even giving a shell to Arfu and is just farming up the jungle, giving a little bit more gold to the Darkseer, even when he wasn't nearby, so...
Yeah, just send him off to get some farm for you. Always a nice way to utilize your support when you're Darkseer. Meanwhile, we see stacks going to be paired by the Rubik, going to build up a little bit more, as he already did stack once over here. Working on tripling these stacks. At the same time, though, I mean, the Sven AA, they're not really suffering under tower. Sven doesn't lose any HP to being under tower like this. He has enough armor, he's a melee hero. He's completely fine.
But are you concerned the fact that Masros is net worth?
Oh boy, the mana burn mid. Yeah, it is. It is concerning that they're leading the way, but I'm more looking towards mid right now. Like this poor Pango is getting a lot of attention towards him, and it's starting to hurt.
How do Blacklist look to then try and stabilize Carl's early game? What are maybe the plays they could be considering to help the Pango?
It's gonna be just exploding towards the off lane. Once you have the role available, go and look to make something happen. They could look towards the Darkseer as well. It's a possible play with the Sven, but I think it's a riskier attempt. And he could farm up the triple camp that they have stacked up here. If he wants, he can fall back on that. Looks like he is considering going and taking the Wisdom Rune. He's backing out. Carl looking a little bit indecisive right now. It would be a long rotation.
Just funny watching Januel pump fake the TP at the Wizard room. Maybe trying to...
I'ma steal it.
Yeah, I'ma steal it. Maybe you have to TP some extra people in, but... So I guess the one big thing is that Raven, like you said, they haven't really stopped the Sven's farm, so he's currently second in net worth currently. And how do we feel overall about the Sven game? Like, we spoke a little bit about addressing the Darkseer, but what about now that we see like the Bloodseeker for mid one? Do we think this is a game where Raven with a ridiculous amount of farm could get the team over the finishing line?
Oh, I think so. AA though gonna get sprouted up after being cogged up. They got cut with the Quelling Blade. It's fine for now.
Oh, Masros is no remorse though, diving deep under the tower. My friend, your search is on cooldown. It will be able to get out of
Fade Bolt is up.
Proc. It's not going to be enough to secure the kill. They're even going to TP the Pango down. When Carl's got Rolling Thunder, they're actually still stick around. Arfu and Januel, oh, nice cogs. Stops the shield crash. It's not going to matter in the end. He does still die, so is it 1-for-1? Carl, did he get assist? Yeah, okay, did get assist gold at least, but no one even making his own movement down to bottom.
Yeah, considering joining here, as they are respawning soon on clock. We'll see if he comes back as well. No one was spotted by Carl, heading back towards mid. The nice thing for Pango there is they didn't expand his ulti for that, so still managed to TP down and help kill one hero. But he's gonna get EMP'd again here. He's just down to 0 mana. He has a Clarity and he has magic ones, but top.
Top lane KP, yeah. Doom's already been used, but look at the response out of Arfu and Januel. Mid one rewarded with the kill, even though there was an initial attempt onto him. So 120 seconds now without the ultimate for KP.
Yeah, he was trying to deter them from bringing him down using that Doom. I think he also used Doom to dispel the Blood Rage to lower the DPS to try and stay alive, but not really enough to survive all those 3 heroes focusing down on him. Now we see an invasion here, checking out what the stack status is. Gonna see that there are indeed some stacks and a Rubik.
They could rotate over. Carl's nearby. KP as well can come from the top side. They're gonna need some more members though, especially to get the kill onto the Invoker. And an early Ice Blast pickup from Cuckoo is gonna result in the kill onto Arfu.
And they get the kill there with the help of Carl as well, but at the end of the day, not too much happening there. Just a little bit of an invasion, they check, and then one support each go down. Meanwhile, bottom lanes, Raven and Masaros are both farming away. The Sven has the ulti available now in Mask of Madness. This poor Pango, dude. He's always at 0 mana, I feel, every time I look. At least he does have a big magic stick building up.
Oh, he went for it. Arfu, can he catch up to him with the cogs? You bet he can. And now no one, he's gonna have a free fight, being able to spellcast down inside the river. Kyle can still blow up the clockwork and also jump over to the higher ground, so that is a much-needed kill for the Invoker, and he tips Arfu thanking him for the freebie.
Yeah, Pango going to be very happy with that one. That's a lot of damage again coming out from the swashbuckle there, and also AA doing quite a bit with the Ice Vortex. You put up the cogs as clockwork and want to keep the opponent trapped, well, AA just turned the tables on you and put down the Ice Vortex in the cogs. He's like, okay, yeah, you stay in there too. It's nice. A lot of damage for him. Now we see them clearing up the Ancients, or the big camp at least, and preparing to clear the Ancients as well with the Pango to try and get him back in the game a bit.
Radiant's bottom
He's back. Not crazy back, but he's in a position where he's going to be pretty happy.
It's playable, it's playable. He's definitely not doing too poorly. The important thing is going to be his timing for the diffusal, and understanding that he's delaying going for his Orb of Corrosion, so not going to finish that up as AA actually steals the big black dragon last hit for Pango. But getting the different timing is going to be what really enables him to be able to make moves and start making things happen. As I say that though, bottom tower is already brought down here. The attention from the Invoker and the Nature's Prophet, they do bring down the tower quite quickly. And so far, we haven't seen the same on top. In fact, it's going to be SMG now striking top.
This could be scary, man. I don't know if they're going to have the damage to blow up KP before the reaction comes through his Blacklist. They've already read this perfectly. Carl's going to be here with the Rolling Thunder. They want to try and target down no one, and with a combination, they'll blow up the Invoker. He chucks a Tornado out on his dying breath, which will help get the kill onto the Doom. And SMG, they're going to bring some extra numbers in as well, but Mastros will not be able to catch up to retreating members on Blacklist, so in the end, will be a 1-for-1 for either side.
There were a lot of people TPing up top as well. I would like to see Sven maybe even push harder on bottom and getting more farm down there, but it's going to be Bloodseeker now coming down to inhabit this area. He does have the full Maelstrom on Bloodseeker, so keeping up nicely with Sven, only 200 gold difference between the two of them.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Now with the hookshot, like all the tools are basically up and available now. Of course, the Doom being on cooldown means we won't see that anytime soon, but with the hookshot available for the side of SMG, they could make some moves as well.
Do you feel like it might be around this mid lane so they can potentially open up the tower if they get a kill?
I think so. I think generally just keep playing around this Pango, and Pango again gonna lose all his mana. Oh, the hookshot way off the mark there. He did have a haste that he popped immediately after the tornado, so perhaps a little bit hard hook to land. Yeah, I think opening towers is usually the important thing to play towards those, so we'll see how much they stress about it, or if they feel fine just, you know, farming away the way the game is evolving right now. They do have the full pipe on Masteros, so I would like to see them use this timing.
I mean, we even see mid one's positioning as well. He's actually looking to get involved here. Tornado's going to start and mid able to wrap around with the Rupture. So Kyle, without a doubt, going to be killed off. Mid one, make sure the Rupture doesn't get stolen. Quick fingers with the Blood Rage. Could have been a bit of a messy fight with a Rupture turnaround under the tier 1. Raven will still run into Arfu as the Cloaks can set up for the Ice Blast. Nonetheless, so Masteras will activate the pipe, and SMG, they just shrug off a couple of spells, and now they're the ones in control of this area.
Yeah, now you don't have Doom still for a little bit. You don't have AA ulti. Tier 1 tower gonna go down. Good rotation there. Good move by mid one, honestly, as well, to come and join behind the tower there.
That Genuel is quick. It is very quick. The Wisdom Room.
If you sleep for even just a second, the Nature's Prophet will get you. He will steal it. And TP's away to safety. Of course, their own Wisdom Rune is very far away and hard to reach right now for the side of Blacklist, as they have lost their towers in the bottom area. I want to almost see Blacklist try and play around top tier 1, but for now it looks like they're still working on finishing this Diffu on Pango. Understandable, it's a very strong item to get. Needs 350 more gold. So Ancients will do it. He is farming under a ward this entire time though, so this is a long time that they know he's indisposed.
Really nice tornado usage from KP. Doesn't even get his mana burnt.
That is definitely an insane creep to have when you're playing as Clockwork. The presence of mind to actually go for that immediately and like get this creep as soon as possible, as he did.
SMG, you don't want to give up this area though. Much everyone nearby. Raven's about a solo kill Genuel on the opposite side of the map, so a bit of a freebie for the Sven.
Yeah, he got too close under a ward. Got caught there.
Top of the Ice Blast. I'll be able to land the Doom as well, but the Ice Blast just off the mark.
He's dead.
They got the connection, got the pass through. Now Mastros is in trouble as well. Surge on cooldown. Carl's going to be able to catch up to him. This is a much needed couple of kills for Blacklist. We saw early on the rotations out of the Nature's Prophet in combination with no one was setting them up to have a really good early game. But Blacklist, they've been able to stabilize and now have a 2,000 net worth lead and a potentially tier 1 tower on top of that.
Yeah, maybe a bit greedy from SMG to stick around after their first failed jump. They're gonna go for a kill here on Cuckoo if they can get it. Yeah, hook in.
They're close to react though. They are really close to react.
It's a trade.
It's gonna need a TP out pretty fast. It's not a good trade if you lose the Invoker though. Tornado gets some separation. SMG are actually coming over. Mid one's here too, just in case.
Well, it was going to be a trade if they went for the Clockwork, but they opted to try and go for the bigger kill, but ended up getting nothing now. Since they tried for the Invoker, but he's a harder one to bring down, especially with the Nature's Prophet coming in to, you know, back him up as well. Make sure they can get out, has the Sprout there for safety. So that was, in the end, a very clean takedown.
You didn't even get the top tower as well. I mean, you V'd all their attention away with that attempt at the triangle, so SMG really lose nothing.
That's the one downside for Blacklist so far, is that the Sven is really just focusing on farming, hasn't made a move towards the tower, and he's the only real tower damage they have, whereas everyone on the side of SMG have been much more active. We even see top tower now gonna get denied by Doom as he realizes this is not long for the world, and that's 3 towers for 0. Not a comfortable start. Map is getting small here for Blacklist. And the invasion is coming. Sven just wants to farm. Can't get ruptured.
Yeah, he's not going to have that opportunity to farm though. He's got a BKB to activate. He's going to have the potential to turn around though, but the Cogs, Arthur will make sure there is no chance at all. SMG, very nice invasion. They're going to be able to get the D-Ward as well. And like you said, this map is going to start to look very difficult to play because KP is going to need an Atos to the face. Once again, the Tornadoes might prove to be a little bit of an issue here for SMG.
He's so hard to kill with the Vanguard as well as the Hurricane that, of course, keeps getting him out of trouble there. They tried to catch him, but this man is slippery on his Doom. KP doing a good job, but he's not really getting too much actively done, though.
Oh, man, so close. All right, they'll get Tim's at least.
Oh,
maybe.
He didn't see him. Now he saw him.
Bit of a freebie. No one's already got the Midas coming out, so extra injection in gold. In fact, it's mid one that's rewarded, so he's going to be closer towards that BKB.
I'm gonna help him get ready for the fight as well. But
guys, they just left the neutral token. And now Radiant gonna seal with the Choreo. Okay.
Yeah. Rubik is like, oh, yoink. Not just spell stealing, but also neutral item stealing. That was no one's item, I think. Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Well, sometimes when you play these ganking heroes, you know, your attention is way too much on just tempo, and didn't notice that he dropped an item, but at least he's got the occult bracelet. Even with the nerf, it's pretty much the same as a tier 2 item.
I must say, it is very funny watching Blacklist go down 4 arcane boots when you're playing into an Invoker.
Yeah, I saw Doom's mana, like he got EMP'd and then he was full mana again.
It's like, yeah, screw this hero, dude. You want to play Closex Invoker? You want to just be up to this crap? Yeah, all right. we'll go all the arcanes we need.
They got Rupture again. Pango in trouble.
A little bit too late on the swashbuckle. Arthur's on point with that hook shot as well. It's deep under the tower. They are reacting though for the boys on Blacklist. And I mean, SMG, they've stepped far too down on the low ground. No one's going to be cut off. He'll try and... Wait, is no one going to die?
Holy.
Dude, Surge giving over. No one...
He's fine. What?
Are you serious?
That was some real juke moves there. The Invoker. One of my favorites. Yeah, I mean, one of mine too. No, nice play, dude. Nice play.
All right.
He just charged through, and there we see the value of the ice wall, right? What a good spell to drop. Way too many Invokers sleep on this ability. Not dropping it in fights.
Who do you feel like is going to have a bigger, like, next 5 minutes? Because we have a very even game 20 minutes in.
I think Blacklist, once they can start actually swinging, so far it feels like they're just incapable of making their own moves. They're always being stunted by these initiations by SMG, even though that worked out for them this time. What they want to do is really group up as 5 with key timings. The Blink Dagger on Sven is going to be the big one. So looking towards that, I think they'll be pretty damn strong. But SMG are not letting their foot off the gas. Look at them. They're smoking in again, just looking for whatever they can find.
Oh, well done, Cuckoo. Great positioning. I mean, they know you're back to farming right now. You're not looking to try and take a fight. God Strength Doom on cooldown, Rolling Thunder on cooldown as well. So that's just Cuckoo's job to be able to position himself in front of the cores so they can freely farm and he can act as a blockade to any smoke gank.
Yeah, tries to eat the gank. Did have the 4 staff, but not enough to get him to safety there. And top. Sticking around for the Wisdom Rune was dangerous thing to do for the Rubik. He's gonna become a Wisdom Rune. Extra experience for SMG, and they're gonna go for a Tormentor steal at 21. Dude, this is big. They just happen to be in the area now, so they're gonna conveniently just take this here, and that is a Nature's Prophet shard for free. All right. I mean, with the way that Nature's Prophet support is played, it's actually a pretty damn good shard.
We're going to see him come into play again. Moving to
Atos?
bottom. KP. Oh, Atos is there. Now, he's still got the pipe to play around with. He's got Sven nearby. I think he wants nothing to do with it. Yeah, KP fell down a little bit too fast than expected, so Raven's going to continue.
Yo, look at the damage taken from the shard there. It actually did quite a bit in that short amount of time. With the Sprout as well. Nature's Prophet did 1,100 damage.
They're going to be looking at Roshan for the boys on SMG. So, well, he's super farmed as his Nature's Prophet support. The fact that he's actually somehow even neck and neck with his mid laner on no one. So, Solar Crest will be able to ramp up this potential. Alacrity given over to mid one as well. Now, they are coming down, though, on Blacklist.
Yeah, they're running over. Could maybe be there in time, but they don't have Doom in the smoke. And they don't have the Blink Dagger just yet on the Sven either. Roche is falling pretty damn quickly. They have to beeline it if they're gonna make it in time.
Clockwork's not here if a fight does break out. Ice Blast would be a perfect timing as well. I mean, Age is going to be picked up, but you need to retreat on SMG. This is not a fight you can take with everyone getting clipped from the AA ultimate, and they'll do just that.
They cut their losses, yeah. That's a good one. They run away immediately. They realize when the AA ulti lands as well that this is not going to be a good position. They drop 2 low HP during the Roche for themselves as well. But that's still going to be fantastic. I mean, yeah, Constellation kill, going to give you 800 gold for that POS 5 kill, but still, Age is in hand now for Bloodseeker. He will be a little bit more confident going up against the Sven. And they're going for a second Tormentor here, going for their own. Darkseer's got to be careful. He's got the blink. Gets away.
Those supports?
Wow, that's so nice, getting it on Clockwork as well. So now he's got both 4 staff and the jetpack. I think that's the best case scenario, actually, getting it on him. You could have gone it on Invoker, which is nice. The EMP getting the pull is pretty damn powerful, but I think you'd rather just get your supports to be as strong as possible here too.
What do we need to see out of KP in particular with these upcoming fights? We spoke in the draft that he's got some pretty good Doom targets to potentially use it on, but who do you feel like is the most important now with this upcoming one?
If the fight hasn't started yet, then I would say Darkseer is the most important. Like, if he didn't use his combo, his vacuum, his ulti, his pipe, then it's huge to turn that off. If the fight is already ongoing, though, then it's probably just Invoker or Bloodseeker that he has to turn his attention towards. But the big question for me is, how is Raven going to be able to connect to the next fight now? He has that Blink Dagger, ever so important that the Sven is able to come online in these fights. He's what you have everything invested in. He's got the biggest net worth. He needs to lead his team here.
Been farming up a Storm, but like you said, needs to be able to have that impact inside some of the fights now. Chrysalis is currently queued up for him. We've seen a lot of Silver's Edge lately with the Sven, so if that's something he potentially wants to go down, maybe he can just build it into a Daedalus in the future. But yeah, Raven's really going to need to start to pull his weight. 4-1-0. He's been involved in a couple of kills, but needs to be big in this upcoming fight. And a DD could be huge if he can find it, but maybe SMG are going to be able to get there first with the smoke.
Yeah, no one is going to spot it, so going to run over. Might take it for himself, might leave it. He is sitting on it and finally takes it.
But did they see him? Yeah, they did. Afu jumps over the top. Great timing the force stuff there.
Oh no, both supports.
Yeah, he'll make sure there's no opportunity of the supports being able to escape. The combo's out for the Darkseid. You don't get that vital kill onto the Sven. They're hunting bottom, though. They see Carl as well outside the base, but also Reenit have a pretty nice cliff fort that sees mid one alone.
I think it's big now that both the supports are so squishy on the side of Blacklist. Having both the 4-staff only supports versus looking over to the side of Team SMG, where you got the Furion, definitely not an easy hero to bring down in his own right, but then Clockwork with the jetpack as well, and being a tanky melee hero.
They're going to bait mid one. They're starting to come down. Radiant unaware there's a ward inside the lane. Nice scan, okay. Very good read that potentially people playing on the high ground.
Yeah, they won't fall for this. A little bit too aggressive, obvious movement there, but at the same time, right now, all of Team Blacklist is stuck in their own base. Nobody's hitting creeps, nobody's farming, and meanwhile, SMG, they got the Nature's Prophet farming top, split pushing, they're, you know, enjoying the farm on bottom lane. Map is looking so scary for SMG, or for Blacklist right now, sorry.
Dude, it's a 16% probability for them. Only 2,000 lead for SMG, but I'm quite surprised the probability is swinging that heavily into Dai's favor.
Has a lot to do with the towers, losing the towers the way they have. They only got one tier 1 tower, and you're playing on very limited map. So right now the net worth difference isn't that big, but it's gonna keep getting exaggerated here as you lose mid tower as well. The tier 2 is gone. And you're gonna lose access to your outposts. Afu is going over and gonna take the outpost now.
We'll be able to catch out Tim's. Looking to try and TP out with a stolen one. Okay.
That's a funny survival right there. I like that he had his own TP available too, but he decides to go for the teleportation that he just stole. So. Okay, I mean, I guess now he has TP on Rubik, he can maybe get some sneaky positioning for a lift surprise initiation on something, but it's looking tough, man. This deep ward bottom needs to be dewarded. It's giving so crucial information.
It might force out the BKB. Raven's just a little bit too close to the base, though. I do really like this item choice, though, from Raven. He's got the Nullify queued up, a great way to address the Darks here. Importantly, the Bloodseeker, though. This hero really heavily relies on Blood Rage, and Nullify will still go through BKB. So if he can get to this stage on Raven, he's going to have a lot of impact with this item.
Yeah, it's definitely something that he can do here. I mean, it doesn't actually dispel if he has BKB up in time, by the way. They changed the interaction for it. Okay. That's why the it was in the 734. It doesn't debuff during immunity, so he needs to throw it. But if he hits Bloodseeker even for a second, I agree that it's still very, very strong here. But it's similar, yeah, similar to Ursa. The Bloodseeker relies on having his attack speed buff. I mean, it's 175 attack speed, and even the spell amp increases his DPS from the Mjolnir itself.
Like you said, I mean, this net worth lead, it's just slowly growing for SMG.
Dude,
no one's might.
I missed this. They stole the wisdom. They used the Rubik TP. No, the other way around. The stolen Rubik Nature's Prophet TP. He went in and stole it.
All right. I see.
That's so good, Tims. I mean, he's making the best out of a bad situation right now on the Rubik there. So they get some experience back there. That's a nice swing.
Like you were saying earlier on, though, like with all the towers going the way of SMG, it's such an early stage. This net worth lead is just slowly growing, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. And these supports on Dai are going to have a lot of value as this game goes on. Like, I think Afu already with minimal gold has been exceptional with his rocket flares to scout out Blacklist movements. I think his hook shots and cogs could be very devastating for the Pango inside some of the fights for the Sven as well if he can block off a choke point. So not only is it the cause we have to be worried about, you know, the Wombo combo, potentially even the Hex about to be picked up for Mastros, and it just needs a couple more components. So yeah, it's not just the cause, you're going to be worried about the supports as well.
Definitely agree, and there's a lot to shove them back into their base all the time inside of Blacklist. You got the Forge Spirits pushing now from the Invoker, you got the Nature's Prophet with this ulti, which, by the way, he's soon gonna have Aghanims for. He's 300 gold away, and I would say when he finishes that, he's earned his promotion. He's an offlaner at that point, and you're playing with 3 core heroes. So yeah, this is looking pretty damn good what's coming out. Big move here. This is pivotal. Can they get a pick off on the Darkseer? They don't see him.
Oh, they're coming over, actually. Arfu pivots back over towards the mid lane. Is going to be able to get the start onto Cuckoo, and quickly Januel is going to be in as well. All of a sudden, SMG, every single hero is nearby just in case a further fight breaks out, but it would just be the death onto Cuckoo.
These wards by Afu, so clutch, man. The lane wards there. Sven was standing under the vision for a little bit as well, waiting for a jump, trying to see if anyone comes in, but because of those wards, not gonna see any good targets, so they lose another little skirmish, and that's gonna just lead to them getting forced back to base again. We see bottom lane pushing in, mid lane pushing in, and at the same time, Nature's Prophet just jungling away, finishes the Aghanims.
I think you really need to start to consider about a gem on Blacklist. Like you just
Yes.
the vision is it's just punishing Blacklist. They can't get it onto the map. Gem is probably going to be picked up pretty shortly from them, I think.
It's kind of funny how gem works, because it's like you don't want to buy it when you're behind, because if you die, and there's a higher chance you die because you're behind, but at the same time that's when you need it the most, so that you can prevent those deep wards from just completely taking over the game. The ward bottom has timed out now, lived a full and happy life. It's retired, you know, but the mid ward, we might see the same thing there. That ward is, you know, just living full and healthy lives here on the wards, which is not what you want to have happen. Another smoke coming out. Revealed. Okay, they got a lucky bash on him immediately. So
We've sung the praise of a lot of this Nature's Prophet hero, stealing wisdom rooms, versatile item build, strong laner, but your potential just to be able to ward anywhere at any time on the map as well is really another very important thing that this characteristic of this hero.
that's very true. And also, you know, a lot of it comes back to Afu and the style he's playing as well in his clockwork, because he's been also the one to drop some of these good sneaky wards. So just good read on the map and understanding of how you want to dictate the pace of the game using these wards. Move down to bottom now, checking. Roche could have respawned already, but it's not up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Is nonetheless important, that kill though. We do see them be able to get out of the map. So they drop a cliff ward down further to the west, and they have firm control of bottom as well. So we do see they're eventually going to need to go back and defend their buildings, though. So maybe this will give an opportunity for SMG to reoccupy around Roshan.
Yeah, they should take over the Roche area, because he could spawn any second right now, and SMG don't want to risk the Blacklist control of the Roche pit, since they have pretty fast Roche with the Sven, and also the minus armor coming in from Pango. So moving to bottom, but at the same time, Blacklist, they want to try and fight this. Only 7,000 gold behind is not that massive. They could take a good fight if they get vision.
But they don't have a smoke on Blacklist for this fight. So it will be a little bit awkward. And KP's cut off from the team. No one's about to run into him. It's actually Arthur that starts over towards Raven. Meanwhile, KP's got to find the Doom onto the Bloodseeker as well. It's a decent start to the fight for the boys on Blacklist, but can they get more out of this? As Carl charges up the Rolling Thunder, Mastros an aggressive jump.
Oh, the double cliffing!
Sends two people onto the high ground. Cuckoo will get forced down. Raven can blink down as well. But they watched him. Now they can go back in with the Doom on cooldown. SMG, a beautiful dance. It was in and out they went, and now they see the opportunity to be able to chase down the remaining members as KP will TP out. Tims and Carl should be able to run themselves away as well, but I mean, great step out from SMG. Just the way they evaluated that team fight to look to kite. Mastros was big with the vacuum. It bought them valuable seconds, and once the Doom expired, they could re-enter.
They show good understanding too. They see the Sven, they jump the Sven before he can jump on anyone else. Like, the Clockwork basically just jumps on a grenade there, saying, okay, I see him, guys, I'll lock him down, don't worry. And then every single player on SMG can feel safe to take the fight without that concern. Of course, Doom still got that jump in and went over on the Bloodseeker, but without Sven there for damage, they're kind of lacking. They don't have the greatest damage output without their carry here. So, yeah, just really well taken team fight there by SMG. Good read.
Now you've got the Aegis onto mid one. And with Butterfly about to be completed, he is huge. You also have Cheese as well onto Mastros too.
Yeah, gonna be absolutely massive for him to get this Butterfly. Then he can stand toe-to-toe to Sven and not immediately get evaporated. Meanwhile, Tormentor is being taken here, so something for Radiant at least here. Blacklist get the shard over on Rubik, which is a fantastic shard to get. A little bit lowered in value when you play against a Bloodseeker, because Rupture saving when you're... or saving with Telekinesis against Rupture is not that easy.
Oh, Mastros has a Hex now.
Oh my god.
Dude, he's so farmed.
Yeah, he's... And the Lotus was paying big value in last fight as well. Using that against the Sven, he ended up stunning himself, so Lotus also showing to be a very good item for him.
See, SMG. I feel like there's a big opportunity for them to be able to take firm control of this game. 9,000 lead, but one more fight. Potential high ground objectives could be under siege. An early jump in from Arfu onto Raven. There's no real follow-up though, just some spells getting chucked back at Arfu just to be a bit of a deterrent so they won't continue.
It's just a prank, man. It's just a prank. He's getting out again. Meanwhile, the Nature's Prophet, he's got his eyes on the prize. The 2 Wisdom runes, gets both of them this time, so... They did manage to steal Wisdom last time on the side of Blacklist with the stolen teleportation. This time, though, not gonna get anything. So that was really just a distraction play by Afu bottom. They were never aiming to kill anyone.
And speaking of Afu, just scouts out Cuckoo dropping a cliff ward, so they have full read of the potential of Blacklist trying to take a fight around this high ground with a ward set up, so they're just going to play completely away from there.
Yeah, playing towards where they are strong, not going to go into the enemy Ancients right now, it looks like, but maybe they want to try and think about it. They have this Linkens on Invoker, by the way, now as well. Very, very useful against Doom and Sven, even against Rubik.
They're just going to walk up. See Raven showing top. Glyph's going to be expended early. Arfu's going to give them the information as well. What is this Clockwork up to? Did they see him?
I don't think so.
They didn't.
I think they're suspecting it, but I don't think they've seen him. And oh, if he rockets from there and hooks on the Sven, it could be massive.
That ward's going to be devastating.
He does that.
Starts on to Raven, who will be able to turn with the God Strength BKB as well, but this is multiple seconds of his combo just wasted onto a supporting. He's still stuck in the trees. Rupture out onto Carl as well, so he's going to be bleed to death as mid one now looks to KP. A disastrous defense of the high ground, and they're going to be reliant on their buybacks. KP will use it instantly. Raven's going to get another jump in. His God Strength's expiring surely. KP will find an opportunity here with the Doom. They'll turn to
Got the Aegis
as well. They've been able to isolate mid one on the first lap. Can they kill him a second time though? As SMG, they still have multiple members nearby to be able to protect him off the back of the respawn. And our mid one is actually going to try and turn to be able to chase down KP. That's a dieback out of the Doom. And SMG, what's the call now? Do you want to stick around for some objectives or not?
The backdoor protection going down, the creeps are coming in. Mid one could keep right-clicking here, but I think they should run away as all of them smoke up on the side of Blacklist. And yeah, good call to not stick around too long here. Fantastic engagement though. I mean, props to Afu. He set all that up. Sure, the Bloodseeker was tearing through heroes, and the damage and the control from the Invoker as well was beautiful, but the Clockwork made all that happen. That was really just his creation, that fight. He died a martyr, the first one to go down in the fight, but, you know, get no experience for it.
Oh, no. There's a DD on mid one. You can't take this fight. Aggressive force back into the middle. Cuckoo's going to be killed off, and now no one's already hunting for more. Combo's going to be off the mark. Tims will be able to escape.
Yeah, that's 2 heroes down, though they still know that Doom doesn't have buyback yet. 30 seconds, you know, on that dieback. It's gotta be tough. Sven has everything at his disposal, though. If he can get a jump for once, maybe they can win a fight.
Dude, Arfu!
He's just in there. He stopped the Sven again. He stopped the blink.
Dagger! Dude, Arfu!
He's owning.
No, dude!
He's so impressive. And now you have Sven ulti cooldown. They're just gonna back up. They're like, okay, cool, you used your ulti. We just chill. Also buyback on the AA. So they thought they would get the jump there, but Afu is just absolutely owning them in these engagements. It's all...
This guy's having an MVP performance, right? 3, 7, and 10. I don't care about the KD.
No.
He's having this game is incredible.
It's all in the details. All in the details. This is so far definitely standouts the player of the game. Like he's just every single fight locked down the Sven from doing anything. As a support, as a POS, essentially POS 5, because Nature's Prophet really is the, you know, the POS 4. He's greedy as hell. He's a POS 3 for God's sake. So with that little gold, being able to have the impact of shutting down a 22,000 gold hero, it's brutal to watch. Really impressive though, super impressive.
He has a very interesting kind of sort of heroes that he likes to play. We've seen multiple times that Elder Titan is picked up on the 4, where it was banned out this game. You know, it seems like he, of course, he likes a lot of the melee position 4s. His Earthshaker is always formidable, but he's got those range heroes that he can play incredibly well as well. But currently, the melee ones in particular have been standout for him so far in the qualifiers.
He likes to play those melee heroes that stun a lot of people. He basically doesn't like watching enemy play Dota. So yeah, he stops them from doing stuff, which is, you know, that seems to be satisfactory to him. If he sees a key target, even Rubik here.
Now the jump, this time it's onto the Rubik. This time Raven's going to be able to find an opportunity to stop, but the Sprout puts Raven on the wrong side of the wall. They're still going to be able to get the turnaround. A decent turn here for the boys, but it looks like no one, all the attention was put onto the Bloodseeker, so the Invoker should be able to clean up. Somehow Raven's able to get back further inside the base. Genuel's trying to catch up to him, and they'll snipe him down under the tier 4.
Double buyback.
They're vital for the turnaround on Blacklist. They'll be able to catch up to Genuel. Mashos will surge away on the right side, but Blacklist want to make sure that no one can escape with their own lives, and they will be able to shut them down. It does cost them multiple key buybacks there for Radiant, but finally they're able to at least edge out a victory.
In a strange kind of mirroring of what's happened before. This time, instead of the Afu Clockwork being the only one to die, he was the only one to survive, and then his entire team died instead. I think that jump was a miscalculation. As much as we've been singing his praises here, I think he saw the Rubik, got a little bit greedy, felt like they were pretty far ahead, jumped him, and this time Sven got what he wanted. He could pick a target, jumps in, immediately they killed off the Bloodseeker. And here we see the initiation. Look at Sven jumping in, finds the blood, and quickly they go in with the Doom as well. Just double down on getting rid of that carry. And that's 26k gold gone. Once he's not in the fight anymore, they could pick apart this fight pretty easily.
Dire's middle tower.
So we kind of see the recipe for success here, and something you've been mentioning, like Raven needs to start the fight, and it seems like they just need to dump everything onto mid 1 as well. But if that happens once again, and you're not perfect with maybe shutting down no one as well, then this time Blacklist won't have buybacks. And unfortunately for them, Roshan, it's a long respawn as well.
Yeah, it's not up yet. It's the second time they have control of the Roche area, and it's not spawning. Man, Gaben is doing them dirty in this game. They're holding the area, but we see SMG coming over. I completely agree, though. If they shut down the Bloodseeker, it can be pretty impressive how they just pick apart the fight.
Oh, food, dude. Their teammates even remotely close to the Clockwork.
He's put the fear of God into these guys. They're like, oh no, he's coming. Look at like, what, 50, 60,000 net worth total, running away from 10,000 net worth total. The Clockwork is here. But of course, they don't have the bird's perspective that we do. We can see everything here. They're gonna back up and re-smoke though. Re-engage.
This is a cool angle though from Blacklist.
Could work out well.
Radiant are scanning.
Mid 1 though sitting in a good position. This is like the smoke reveal trees. This is where you always go when you want to smoke reveal for Roche fights. The big wraparound though. Nobody's defending mid. It should be pretty obvious to SMG that there's a smoke.
It's about to expire. Quarter duration.
They re-smoked.
No one. Oh, look at the Ghost Walk. Instant BKB. No one's not going to mess around. They'll get confirmation of where they are. And now Arthur's got a hook shot. We saw that Raven previously had to start the fight, and this time was going to be able to turn to get the kill onto Arthur, who's got a buyback. But they've wasted the BKB, and they can just wait for the God Strength as well. Blacklist, they need to go again, and they need to go.
Oh, Furin tipping into everyone though.
Dude, he just TP'd straight on top.
Januel. What the hell, man?
Freebie.
Oh, okay. They gotta. Maybe they can play towards Clockwork, who bought back. He's running here. Maybe they can pick him off as well before he regroups with his team.
Oh, nice Sunstrike, dude. What is that vision? Sees all 4. Can he cancel some TBs?
Oh!
He got 1.
Oh.
At least it's just the AA. They'll catch Kuku. Tims was also able to TP out. That could have been disastrous, though. They were all lined up.
That was, yeah.
Bought back prior could have been stopped short thanks to the hook shot, but they'll make it out. It will give Roche, though, over to SMG.
Dude, that hook shot, if it was a few millimeters to the right, you know, it could have hit 3 heroes, it looked like. It could pass through 2 of them and hit the one in the back, stunning all of them. But it's going to be finally Roche taken up here.
Oh, it's a scepter. Oh, mid one is licking his lips. Scepter for me? Oh, he shouldn't have.
I think that'd be a very nice one for him to get. There is at least the nullifier on the Sven though, so he can dispel the shield, but even just the damage increase of the Blood Mist isn't too bad here, and you're not always going to be nullified, so Blood Mist can be pretty effective here.
What's his Corey doing here? What?
I do not.
That's both gems in the hands of Afu.
He got the AA shard as well if they took the Radiant Tormentor. It's going to be the Invoker shard this time.
Very interesting game.
It's a, you know, it's a wild one to start out the series here. We're still only in game number 1, 20,000 gold lead. But we have seen the potential for Blacklists.
Yes.
They have the damage.
Just because it needs to be said, whether it's going to happen or not, SMG as an organization have always had difficulties with closing out games. Just needs to be said that, you know, we've seen Blacklist in the past couple of fights. It has to be Raven starting, though. You've said it multiple times. If Raven is not the one starting, fights... the percentage gets far lower down on the success rate if they're going to be able to come out on top if Raven is not the one getting the jump. He's very close to level 25 as well, so it could help out with that extra burst potential.
It's pretty huge that he got himself the ninja gear, by the way. Like, that's so massive when he is the one who needs to stay hidden and then get the jump on the opponent. So having this smoke available for himself all the time is really, really huge. He's going to go and get himself his level 25 talent. The damage talent is coming in for 50% extra. So he can definitely delete heroes fast now.
Building up quite this barrier here for mid one. Except let's see what the decision's going to be if they even feel like they can pierce the high ground. Still have a long time left of this Aegis to work with. Maybe they just want to continue to farm and wait for some next items. I mean, Masros has almost got Lincoln's, BKB just completed on Genuel.
Yes, the BKB Assault Cuirass, Power Tread, Solar Crest, Nature's Prophet. My favorite POS 5. This looks like he has, you know, overtaken the Doom here as well.
Very cool.
Masros is doing a good job though, staying ahead of this monster Nature's Prophet, trying to take his POS 3 away from him.
Oh, they're coming. All right. Radiant have a pretty crafty ward, though, that might scout out some of the backline. SMG will look for the smoke, though.
Sven, thinking about it?
Okay. Well, Raven, an aggressive start in. Mid one just turns with him.
He's bashed.
Raven! Oh, he's got a buyback. There's a dieback on him. And now KP as well. He's going to be ruptured.
Oh my god, dude.
To turn with the buildings, dude.
That's just it.
Big opportunity.
I mean, that's just it, dude. 2 minutes. He doesn't have buyback. He jumped in. Doom wasn't with him. I'm not sure if Doom was being gone on at the same time or if it was just miscommunication and what happened there. There was a Lotus Orb over on the Bloodseeker, so Doom probably didn't want to jump in and drop his ulti because that would doom himself as well. But that was just disjointed, man.
He's got buyback in 30 seconds. They're actually going to try and go before the potential of the Sven to respawn. They want to deal with the first life. Telekinesis closer inside the base. Carl's able to find a good combo and deal with the Aegis early on. Again, oh, Masteros. Oh, there's no follow-up, though. Wall's still on cooldown. It's going to protect mid one at least off the back of the respawn. They're going to deal with the objective.
Oh, the stolen vacuum!
He sets up for the Ice Blast. It's just not enough, though. It is not enough. Another tornado. No one is going to...
Sven, 2, 1.
Sven's going to be up in a couple of seconds with the buyback. Can use it now, but he doesn't have the members to fight with as SMG. They're on the full retreat, but Raven's going to stop them short with the Storm member on to 2. KP's got the follow-up as well. Again, Mastros this time. He's got the wall to combine with, and it was beautiful. They'll be able to tear them apart. Mid one's going one by one. He's got a buyback to look to rejoin, but Carl will reign supreme at the moment. One more swashbuckle to get Genuel. He TP's out of the nick of time. But again, that's a dieback on KP. That's a dieback on Raven as well. And SMG, they can walk it down and go for one last push.
Yeah, they're all coming, and they're going to be 5 as well. Clockwork respawning soon, and they're just starting to lay into this building. Sadly for Carl and Cuckoo here, they do not have any friends anymore. Januel trying to go on him.
Of course. Nice force from no one. Gets him out, and no threat now. I mean, the potential to maybe blow one person, and they know it as well. G's are dropped. Nothing left in the tank for the boys on Blacklist. SMG, they'll take game one, 49 minutes in, and now they are one game away of booking their ticket into the grand finals.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very good start here. Some solid gameplay overall. I want to say that the standout play, though, Afu on that Clockwork, man, so many times that he set up for them and facilitated this, you know, these great team fights where we expected to have the impact from Sven, but he breaks the 100% impact, the 100% win rate, sorry, that he's had so far in Southeast Asia. Sven now with a loss, and I think it was just about the crucial impact from all the rockets, hook shots, cogs, just impossible for him to get into the fight, man.
And even the laning stage as well, if you want to dive down that a little bit more, we saw like, it felt like Mastros and Afu had a really good communication between each other. Like it seemed like they'd played this Darksea Clockwork lane a lot and knew exactly what they needed to do with dragging the wave early on. Darksea's level 1 is quite weak, and then we saw Afu just being given the Iron Shell and like farming up the Crete wave and helping him double pull. It was from the laning phase, he had a great read of what he needed to do through the entirety of the rest of the game as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did utilize the lane as well as they could, and even though I would say that Darkseer doesn't do too well against Sven, they got ahead in farm so much, and some of it can come back to this early AA pick. AA, I don't know, man. I'm just not entirely sold about picking AA when all you see on the enemy team is Nature's Prophet, who does well against AA. He's not countered by it at all, and then they just add on stuff like the Clockwork can pick you off very easily. I think the idea of going for the AA was interesting, but it shouldn't be used unless you see that the enemy team has stuff that's weak against it.
Yeah, we're going to need to see a different way for them to address the Nature's Prophet as well. And in fact, I don't think we'll see it next game. Without a doubt, I actually think it's going to be banned out. Genuel just was able to put in so much work too with the itemization that he went for, the early rotations that we saw out of him. So
yeah,
overall SMG, solid game one.
Yeah, I mean, he showed exactly why this hero is looking like one of the strongest, if not the strongest hero of the patch. Nature's Prophet is just an absolute beast, and he had good targeting overall in this game as well, choosing who he jumped on. But yeah, this game was a little bit rough for Blacklist. We could see that they wanted to play their same style that they usually do, the 5-man kind of start grouping up and then take fights, but never really got to enable.
What do we need to look at differently then for them to be able to play that style of lineup? Do we feel like just at the end of the day, like SMG just executed to another level and it kind of is just as simple as that?
I think that's a big part of it, honestly. I think, you know, their positioning was clean. Their reads on the smokes was great, because even when they came in with the smoke on the side of Blacklist, Afu was there to sniff it out, man, and found the Sven and locked him down. So it's a lot back to execution, but a little bit back to draft for me as well. I don't like the combination of AA and Rubik. I think the two are too similar in that they're squishy backline ranged support heroes. I like it better when you have a ranged and a melee, the way SMG did it in this game with the Nature's Prophet and the Clockwork.
Okay. Well-deserved MVP for Mr. Afu on this Clockwork. We've seen him have some really solid performances, on a lot of melee fours, which, you know, at the moment some of the position fours are putting a lot more emphasis on some like ranged, you know, squishy spellcasters, like in particular, you know, the Rubik on Tim's this game. But Afu felt like he did it all for them from the laning phase all the way to the end as well. Yeah,
it's funny because his MVP stats here are gonna look so underwhelming. Kill participation so low, what the hell? But that's because he died first. He hooked into, you know, lock down one target that by the time they finally kill the Sven, he's not even getting the kill participation for it, probably because it's been so long since he landed a spell on him. But truly, to me, undoubtedly, it was the MVP. He was just playing very clean this game.
And I think all of SMG played incredibly clean as well. And I wonder, looking to next game in particular, we might see Blacklist try and fix at least maybe one of their issues with just, they couldn't open up the map. We felt like, we saw there was a really big difficulty for them where SMG, they had the advantage of all T1 towers down at such an early rate, and we saw them just being able to freely farm and get whatever they wanted. It was a slow progression in net worth, but once they opened up the map, it was really, they never looked back from there. A very solid, clean game of Dota where it ramped up to a lot of pressure and a lot of team fights in the end. So it's going to be SMG that strike first in our game one. Of course, Blacklist. This is also their first defeat overall in the TI-12 qualifiers. So we'll see if they're going to be shaken up or not. There is a lot of experience on this team, but currently SMG, they have their number. Will that continue into the second game? We'll have to find out after a break. Well, SMG are one game away of moving over into the grand finals. And for any team, whatever team gets knocked down through the low bracket, that is going to be a incredibly scary run. You've got Geek Fam Execration that is still waiting there later tonight as your potential opponent. We've seen both these two teams be building a lot of momentum currently in a lot of their games so far. So you want to get this victory. You want to put yourselves in that grand final, get a little bit of break where you can watch some Dota and maybe work out some more ideas. And well, currently SMG without a doubt in that better position currently as well. What do we need to look forward to for Blacklist in this second game? What needs to be a little bit different from them?
I want to see them get to take off in the next game, because it felt like they just got stunted so much by the rotations. Also, get rid of Nature's Prophet. That mid lane would have gone so much better had it not be a Nature's Prophet that just kept coming in and messing with his impact. Because Pango, yeah, it's a good hero to fight early. It's a good hero to rely on to build enough space for Raven to get big and then take the fights. But the Nature's Prophet and Invoker just completely shut him down, and because of that, I feel like they were on the back foot. KP was always waiting, like, hey, do I have someone to play with? Like, can we make a move for top tier 1? But they were just shut out, man. They didn't get to take a single tower, and a lot of it comes back down to this: get rid of Nature's Prophet. And actually, it's going to be SMG this time to take it away.
I guess Blacklist this time, they're playing with first pick, which we saw again was different in the last game.
Yeah.
Previously, what were some of the bans? It was we had the Primal Beast,
Brewmaster, Jaro. We had the Venge ET removed as well as the Naga Siren and early Wisp remove as well. But the ET, I think, is a big one here. Are Blacklist going to keep removing it? Because Afu so far played it 3 games, won every single game on it, but he also just destroyed you with Clockwork. So it's a little bit of a question mark now. Are they going to keep banning it? Are they going to ban something else? Let's see what they are going to land on, as they're obviously discussing a bit here. Bans are not clear yet for the team here.
Radiant team ban.
Gonna be the Jaro getting removed for now.
So a couple of carries for Blacklist looking to remove. A little bit of priority onto mid one's heroes.
January is so lean back. He's catching some quick sleep here before the game, chilling.
Mullet God needs his rest.
After last game, I mean, it's heavy to carry from the post 5 position, with Nature's Prophet getting so farmed. But he was having a great time. Not gonna get to run back on the same hero though.
See some ex-teammates going at it as well. Previously Genuel on that Fnatic roster with Raven, KP previously on SMG, so he was there for a decent chunk of time, honestly. So yeah, we do have some ex-teammates going at it as well in this all-important series.
Yeah, that just gives you one more layer of understanding of your opponent players, right? Everybody, knows what they're going up against. I've been trying to read what no one has written on the whiteboard behind them. Is it their schedule for scrims, or yeah?
No, it's the schedule for the games. It says.
Oh, it's their officials. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. TI qualifier games. Yeah, don't miss it. It would be a shame if you're missing your scheduling.
That would be quite a shame. I was also giving away. I saw that map last time. I wonder what the pins are. You got blue pins, white pins, red pins. Yeah, I mean, don't know what it's all about.
Oh, I see. Yeah, is this ward locations or something? Heat maps or something they're doing for individual teams? That's cool that he has a physical Dota map behind him. It's good to visualize stuff sometimes.
Dude, that boot camp looks sick as well. It looks like an awesome boot camp.
Yeah, it looks really sweet, actually. Good place to see. I like the cuckoo camera. It's literally just knees. All right, as we go. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the draft, I guess, as we get to the cuckoo knees full screen. Wow, such content. So Enchantress and Venge here, the 2 opening picks. Okay, I like adding Enchantress early on, actually. I think that hero gives something very, very comfortable in that you are able to do what SMG did very successfully last game. Just take away all the tier 1 towers. Like, the enchant creeps are so difficult to deal with, and you basically give yourself a really good tempo. The one drawback is that she doesn't do too well against those magic damage heroes, and come mid game, she can just get blown up by some BKB focus from an enemy carry.
I mean, it just, yeah, I don't know. This Enchantress here is crazy. I really wonder when it's not going to be as popular as what she's been for quite some time. Like you said, she does too much, man. It's actually crazy. So
yeah, at the same time though, I mean, there are so many high value supports right now, and you know, she's being outshone a lot by the Nature's Prophet's existence. So, but she is a good hero to fall back on. Like last game, she was completely ignored. They didn't touch this hero at all, and now it's first phase pick.
Radiant team banned.
is there any form of like counter matchup into the Venge, or is this more they're just trying to draft themselves currently?
I don't think it's so much about countering Venge necessarily. It can be neat to have a little bit of healing to sustain against the spam of magic missiles and so on. And of course, you don't get attacked that easily early, so Wave of Terror doesn't matter that much. But I think you're just setting up your own stuff for now until you get a little bit more information. But we do see the ban-outs here. Queen of Pain, TA being removed by Blacklist. They're banning all my level 30 heroes, dude. I'm not even in the game, man. It's not me.
That's right. I just want to try and make sure you limit your input. That's what they're trying to do. Why get you strong?
I don't know anything about the game anymore, dude. That's all the heroes that I could speak about.
What you got? TA Corp, that's it. Nothing else.
I'm working on Bounty Hunter too, so if they don't ban that, I can speak about him.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Not a bounty level 30. That's one of the gross ones.
He's my go-to, dude. If you don't get to play core, Bounty is a great time. You just run around and mess with people. So Phoenix coming in early here from SMG, a hero that I think a lot of teams have not necessarily rated as high, but Blacklist and SMG both play it. Both of them have used it previously here in the series. It was Blacklist against Army Geniuses. They played it back to back, and then they got a ban against them a little bit because of that. And at the same time, SMG used it against Geek Fam in their previous series.
So let's see what the response is going to be from Blacklist. I mean, you're already going to be needing to look at some supports to address it. Snap Mirana are some of the better ones. Of course, you can even look at some other carriers in particular that are going to be able to deal with the egg, because currently it can also go in multiple roles as well. I know Masros doesn't mind playing the Phoenix as the offlane, but it could be Zhao or Afu playing it.
Yeah, could be a decent way to do it. You could also think about going for Silencer, a hero that doesn't do too poorly against Phoenix. You have the, Curse is very strong. They're gonna go for the classic 1-2 combo though of the Tide and Rubik. Actually, all their heroes are damage reduction right now. You see this? The Venge Tide Rubik combo. So right-clicking into this is going to be very difficult. And also they have minus armor combo going with Venge and Tide. So interesting start from Blacklist. Granted, SMG, they can pick a hero that is customized into this. So probably not going to go for something like a Naga who would suffer against it greatly, but instead some BKB carry who can man-fight. They're going to save the carry last pick. Going with the Doom and Invoker here.
I have some... I feel like you're very heavy committal in team fights on SMG, where you drop egg to control an area and where you doom and you don't want them to retreat. But I feel like Blacklist, all they need to do is just have a hero that can help you escape from fights when your R buttons are clicked, and then all of a sudden, how are SMG going to prevent you from doing that? Yeah,
I'm not in love with the heroes the SMG have so far, because while they do have the Phoenix combo and then play around it with the Invoker spells, make it very difficult to take the team fight, they also have a little bit awkward ganks right now. They don't have the best amount of disable. It's basically relying on Doom or Invoker. If it's gonna be Enchantress and Phoenix as two supports, I don't like that none of them have a stun built in or nothing to set up. And due to this low amount of disable, we also see the Ember Spirit being picked up. So, of course, the Doom is available to shut him down maybe, but when there's this little stuns and silences, then Ember usually has a very good time.
I mean, you might want to just double down and say, screw it, let's just go ultimate team fight and consider like a Faceless Void or something, but I actually don't even know if that fixes your issue, because you may just get run over. Like Tide Meteor opens up the map, Ember being able to rotate early on. With all the minus armor, he's going to be doing a crap load of damage. You could go for a pretty early active hero on Raven as well to get involved, because like you've said, in particular that last game, like Blacklist so far, we've seen them, they group up very early on.
Yeah, I think it's still possible, even into all this damage reduction, that we might see Team SMG go for a Terrorblade still, as we see the carry bans here. Because when you have Phoenix ulti, you want to basically have some form of threat. You can say, oh, we're going to do this, you know, we're going to take this tower. And right now they're missing tower damage. So possibly TB for the meta. At the same time, though, I could say the same the other way around. Blacklist honestly could play it as well here. It's not fantastic for them, but it's definitely playable.
10 seconds remaining.
Medusa and Drow being banned out from SMG.
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of hinting that they might be going for something like a troll here in the lane, I feel.
Would Tide have a fine time into the troll?
No, I don't think so. Not if it's Troll and Enchantress. I think that lane can be pretty tough for Rubik Tide. I think you get double range harassed a lot. You take a lot of clicks before you get levels into the Kraken Shell. And you can't get close enough to land the Anchor Smash on a Troll since he just slows you with the W. So that matchup would be pretty tough here. And just the bans from SMG look like they are considering this. So either Troll or TB looks good for them, and Blacklist are gonna remove the TB since, yeah, and they're gonna go for Luna themselves. Interesting to see Luna coming out. It's a hero that Raven enjoys playing, not really a hero that's super popular in the current meta or anything, but Raven had good success on this before. We were covering their game against Bleed where they played it. And honestly, that's the series that looked really clean from them. I loved exactly how he played that game. His itemization was on point. They looked outstanding in that series, to be honest. But I'm a little bit concerned about Luna against Doom because you can't lifesteal anymore once you get doomed.
Does the troll matchup change now? Like seeing the Luna carry, you still thinking about this? Again, even Faces Void as well, like we brought up before.
Maybe, yeah, maybe I like the Troll because it's stronger in lane. Faces Void would still have a hard time against the Rubik and Tide. Like, he will get farm, but he won't win the lane. Whereas Troll can win that lane. And then I just think that winning lanes is super important in this current meta because you see the impact, like in the previous game we just covered. Looks like the players are ready and locked in now as we see the nods in agreement here coming out from no one and everyone. They're gonna finalize on Sven, in fact. Okay. Yeah, that's also solid. I mean, Sven doesn't really struggle against the minus armor because you got Warcry to protect yourself. And again, some nice combo here. They needed something that had good lockdown, and while you would get the ensnare from Troll, getting the stun from Sven is a bit more reliable.
And I think regardless, I mean, we were looking at strong laners, a big reason why you were highlighting Troll. Like Sven overall, I don't think you're going to stop the Tide farming as much as what the Troll would have, but I think it's just important you have a hero that can fight early. Because my big concern with the Void, even though I thought maybe it looked good with SMG's Phoenix and Invoker, is the fact that you're very, very cooldown reliant, and Blacklist could just ball up and...
Yes.
Tide with Meteor would just be able to take all your early objectives like we saw SMG do last game. So I think the Sven is going to be able to be much more active than what we would have seen out of like a potential Void.
Yeah, Blacklist are going to do what we have seen them do before. They want to try and do it again. They like deathballing, and they're gonna deathball. By God, they will. They have the Venge, the Tide, the Luna. This is again built to run down the tier 2 towers at some point, just group up and keep that tempo going. SMG though, again with the Invoker. I think no one on this Invoker is pretty crucial against that type of gameplay because he really understands how to split push and mess with people. Not really just split push to hit creeps, but like splitting up and hitting some EMPs here and there, or just take away some crucial resources. So interested to see how this one is going to play out. I would probably say that I favor SMG going into this game though.
Oh, you do? Okay. I thought you were all late in Blacklist. I felt like, you know, we've seen this draft, we've seen the death ball work for them, and you're like, I favor SMG.
Yeah. We've seen it before. No, they got a great lineup. In a vacuum, if you just look at their own draft, it's super synergetic. And I really don't think that their draft is weak by any means, but I do believe that some issues could be posed here by the tools available at the side of SMG. I like the Invoker a lot. Maybe that's why I'm rating it like this, but I could easily say that this is not going to be decided by draft. I think it's going to be decided by gameplay.
I like to hear that. I like to hear that a lot, as we're going to see a smoke as well on top.
Ooh,
Really look
Quick
to
pick.
dive him, and you hate to do it, and yeah, he's not going to. So he's going to give over first blood, and Carl will snipe that as well. So, but now we have an opportunity to speak about this, because this is where I wanted to go. You mentioned that you felt like, you know, the Invoker, no one has been playing very well, master tier on it, and plus overall you think it's going to be a good hero for SMG. How does it play into the Ember though? Because previously, like a lot of people have mentioned, Quaspec's Invoker with Tornado being able to purge the Flame Guard feels very, very nice. Is that any different now with the status of these two heroes, and especially now with Carl having First Blood too?
I would say it's a bit different from 733 patch, at least, that Invoker doesn't have this built-in heal approach as well. He's taking a lot of damage.
Funny just watching Crete walk away from him as well. He wasn't able to get the last hit because of that, but he's doing a very good job afterwards. So it was a good start to his last sitting inside the lane, as we'll take a look at how some of the other ones are shaping up at the moment. Let's take a look at this Luna lane, because, you know, again, we've seen Raven yesterday, like you said, had a very good performance out of the Luna. He's going to be paired with another range hero being the Vengeful Spirit. Is this a lane where we feel like both cores are going to be able to freely find their farm, or will one have a little bit more difficult time than the other?
Maybe a bit easier for Luna in this matchup, I would say. Luna plus Venge combo is pretty damn potent, but so far lane isn't going too well, as they, you know, have been denied 4 denies already by Masaros here, getting a very good start. They do end up getting the pull, so at least they fix the balance of the creep wave, but Masaros is looking to have a good start. And finally turning our eyes to the bottom lane a little bit, just as we haven't talked about it so much. The Enchantress versus Rubik are just trading hits, and then it's basically a Sven versus Tide 1v1 going on, where Tide is pretty happy right now. No points in the cleave yet from Sven.
Is there any real kill threat onto KP bottom?
Not without a good creep, and so far it's difficult since they don't have access to any jungle creeps for Enchantress. It's more likely that Tims might overstep and get blood grenade and taken down, but so far his positioning has been on point.
Maybe we might see that be the case with the Lotus fight coming up in 20 seconds. Both sides kind of starting to posture a little bit more aggressively for that. Some spam going back and forth. Mid one will already use the Storm Hammer, so he's not going to have this now for the Lotus, and there's a very valuable thing inside the lane, so it does look like Blacklist should be able to get the bottom one. Meanwhile, I think SMG get the top one as well.
Yeah, Blacklist's not really going in for the top one. Could maybe have gone and fought against the Phoenix there, but kind of conceding it. Afu is going to get his hands on it.
Mid lane. Is Carl going to be able to chase him down? No, pop some one charges, he's alright.
I like the build from Carl here. I'm a big fan of this against the Invoker. Actually, if he got a bit lucky there, he could have dove for the kill. Didn't get the Searing Chain though, it hit the creeps instead.
What does more points in the Searing Chains limit with the no Flame Guard for the Ember?
It's just about mana efficiency for me. If you go for the Searing Chains over putting a point, if you went for 1-2-1, then it's very expensive to use both your Flame Guard as well as your Searing Chains and your Sleight of Fist spam. This way he can just keep going a little bit harder with Sleight of Fist into Searing Chain, and it's less committal as well. You can just put that onto the Invoker. If he goes for Flame Guard, he just gets it dispelled by a Tornado anyway.
Already see some stacks being created from Tims inside the Ancients. Going to be able to secure at least one of the Water Runes. Kai will get the other as well. So, of course, not that important for the Invoker, but having no bottles, so nonetheless, both Water Runes will go the way of Blacklist, and we know that KP is going to be fine dump on him as well. Already has that Ring of Health, and he does have that Meteor Hammer queued up as well. All my eyes are on what Genuel is going to be able to do on the Enchantress, though. We saw last game, he was very active with the Nature's Prophet. Enchantress is no different.
Yeah, definitely. And we might see him, you know, just eye up some towers to go and push. And he could even swing in towards mid, to be honest. Like, no one's doing a good job fighting against the Ember Spirit as much as he can. And coming behind with a Centaur could be pretty big. Looks like for now he wants to help bottom.
Bit of a misstep there from Carl, actually accidentally pressed the chains without the slide. They're actually going to TP Arfu into mid. The combo's back off for no one. This should just be a guaranteed kill, and it's going to be our first one here for SMG as well. Great movement out of Arfu as they're still holding the Tornado just to close the distance, and no one going to be rewarded off the back of the rotation from the Phoenix.
It's really just a matter of time before any support would TP in towards mid there, and it's going to be, you know, Afu coming in first there to help offset the mid balance. But any of them could have died there. It could have been the other way around if we saw Cuckoo coming in mid a little bit earlier.
Oh, they might stick around for when the Ember respawns. This could be very devastating. You've got this potential to kill him off a second time. Cuckoo and Tims is also nearby as well. They're going to be able to close the distance onto Januel. EMP, along with the cold snap, Cuckoo not going to go down. Tornado probably not enough damage. Oh, it actually is. Okay, no one. Able to get him secure with a kill from afar, so at least SMG also finds some revenge.
Does more damage than you'd imagine. Even he has 3 points already in the Wex, so does bring him down there. And meanwhile, Afu just sitting around, spamming a little bit onto the Ember here. And Power Rune is going to spawn top,
unlucky.
So no luck for Ember. And he's still level 5. Usually we see for the minute 6 Power Rune, you know, the Embers do the throw on Remnant top, run bottom play. But with him dying there, a little bit behind in the experience.
This is back-to-back games down. No one has also gone treads first before, like, your brown boots earn, which we see some of the other invokers do.
I like it. He's really working the auto attacks when he plays this hero, like non-stop laying in right clicks onto the Ember whenever he steps up. And the focus is back on mid, man. Look above, the Vengeful is being run at a little bit by the summon here. Gonna be fine.
Carl still not level 6. Tries to dodge the EMP. I mean, what was that damage right there? Blow up off. No one's still got some remnants of some DD to work with. Telekinesis in the last second. Carl's going to be able to get some separation.
Oh, steering chains?
The chains lands on the Evoker. Nicely done. Carl steps away out of harm's way and then also gets involved as well with the long-range spam of the spells. So much needed goal and experience. Carl has that ever so important level 6, so back to base to freshen up in the resources.
Oh, that is huge, actually. That was such an overstep. They dove very, very deep for that. I thought they would just make a play towards the support, but dove in with the Phoenix, basically accepting his death there. And I don't know, man. Meanwhile, bottom, you know, supports have left the lanes, so Sven is just jungling. The problem is, though, Sven has no HP, and there's a lot of creeps coming in for this tier 1 tower right now.
It's also Meteor Hammer as well. KP's got delivered, so this tower's...
If he goes up, he gets ravaged. If he shows himself, he's gonna get immediately ravaged. So all these creeps being untouched right now by the carry. They are pushing top, like you were alluding to there on top, the Ench, throwing your focus. Thinking about it.
The Meteor, yeah, that might be a bit difficult. He unfortunately used it.
Yeah, he needs the Gush and the Ravage onto him. He could kill him if he gets all his stuff, but the regen is starting to kick in here for the Sven. Has the Seeds of Serenity for health regen as well.
Top lane, they're still looking at Raven though. No one is staying around. Meanwhile, Blacklist are going to start to rotate off the back of the smoke. This haste could be devastating for SMG. Eyes on Mastros and who the Doom target's going to be. It needs to be perfect as soon as Carl shows. And look at him just playing his distance on the Ember Spirit, making sure he doesn't get himself in a compromised position. Mastros will still be able to land the Doom, but there's just no follow-up. They won't get the kill onto no one as well. Is anyone going to die? All right, no one dies.
That was a clutch Doom. He was just about to slide a fist the Invoker to death there, but very, very good Doom by Mastros. Still, though, looks like they are pretty confident on SMG going in. Oh, Ench.
No one though back in as well. Combo's a little bit wayward. And meanwhile, Carl, he's going to try and jump over the top as well. But the chain's up in a couple of seconds. No one's still got a tornado to try and disrupt them. It's a perfectly placed one at that, but it's just not going to matter in the end as Blacklist brute force down a couple of kills around this top side of the map.
Yeah, SMG do get the tower though, as Mastros was able to focus on the tower while the space was created by no one. But good kills going over to Blacklist here, and no one not getting the dream start that he wanted after a good start in laning stage. But then these 2 deaths really hurt him quite a bit. Like he was level 6 before the Ember was level 6, and now he's level 6 where the Ember is almost, you know, halfway to level 8.
I was definitely being able to kind of fix some of the issues that we saw early on with the Ember. And we'll see how he's going to be able to help out with the power runes as well. I mean, that's the important thing, to be able to continue him to have a solid early game. And you're potentially tied onto even starting to rotate as well, which KP's already thinking about to potentially get involved if required for that power rune.
Yeah, gonna take the double bounty rune here as well, and he wants to farm up this neutral camp. No one is coming over. Could steal a lot with a tornado here.
Yeah, but Blacklist are coming as well. It looks like they're reading this pretty well. I've got an idea of SMG starting to bring their forces down. A double remnant from Carl to get on top of the Enchantress. No one might be able to chuck at a tornado. Is it really going to do much to keep Januel alive? It'll get some distance away.
Nice.
Some valuable seconds, and yeah, all right, he's out.
Staying fine for now. Pretty costly for Ember as well, playing that aggressive with his remnants. 10 seconds until he gets one back, then at least he has that, but losing a bit of his resources. Back to stacking for Cuckoo. Gonna go back to the Ancients, prepare more stuff for his Luna later on, or Tidehunter. Whoever really will take these stacks, it doesn't matter that much.
This Atos first for Arfu is a very interesting item choice. We've kind of seen like the Phoenixes tend to go for... I mean, there's a couple different routes, but we see sometimes the Agshad Kaori in Western Europe really likes just rushing the Hex, which kind of the Atos can fulfill a similar role this game against the Ember.
Yeah, I think Atos is just to try and lock down the Ember and get it for cheap. Cuckoo not gonna be long for this world here as he gets caught out by the Ench and the Invoker, but I think he prioritizes getting as early as possible some form of control against this Ember.
Also, another thing, I suppose, as well, we were mentioning the draft, maybe some difficulties that SMG had to stop people from escaping under the Doom and running away from Supernova. So that's another thing as well. Top lane, there's a Doom from Mastros under the tier 2 tower. Any backup, DPs are coming through, and nice sidestep of the Tornado. So a big ultimate expended from Mastros without guaranteeing a kill. And now Cuckoo's on the hunt as well. No Wave of Terror to be able to scout him on the high ground.
He's dead.
Oh, he went.
Last tick, the Urn plus Doom. He just barely died. He had 25 HP on the final 30 damage tick. And by the way, the healing reduction just secured that kill by a lot. I mean, if he was allowed to regen, if he was allowed to get the tower regen, even being next to that, he would easily have lived with like a few hundred HP. So this is the difference to Doom. Some people think, oh, Doom, he's useless now. Why pick him now? You can use items, you can BKB, you can TP out. But it also hurt, man.
AP is going to get run down as well. Arfu nearby with a little bit of percent damage. Quick on the moves once again from SMG. KP's going to pump the Ravage out.
Oh.
Supernova response as well. I mean, that KP will get stunned up. Cuckoo, nice swap. Gets some distance away. Now, here's the one in the firing line. And they're hesitant. Blacklist don't know what to do to protect him. And, well, there's nothing. You got Tims and Raven here, but not much that these two heroes are going to be able to do. So, I mean, at least KP doesn't go down, but still that is Ravage used.
Ravage used, but they did use Sven ulti as well as Phoenix ulti. I guess Sven ulti, you know, not wasted because he can keep farming with it, but it's a bit of a trade, I guess. And honestly, I don't think that they want to make too many moves right now anyway on the side of Blacklist. Looks like they're just keeping Luna farming, working on that Dragonlance. Want to get the Dragonlance Yasha timing, and then probably they're going to start forcing bigger engagements.
Cuckoo. And straight to no one in Arfu once again. Do you have Carlo? Looks like she'll be able to secure the kill onto Phoenix. Carl's got an Arcane Rune as well on the Arsenal, so not a fight that SMG will look to take. We've got to keep in mind as well with that previous fight we saw in the river with the ultimate shoes, that bought so much time for Januel, who took a tier 1 tower mid for free. No one else was there to help him. So once again, the objectives are starting to favor the boys on SMG, and this is huge because you have Mastros that's going Midas Octarine, so he's going to be able to build up a ridiculous amount of net worth. Mid one's back into the jungle as well. You've got greedy supports that are trying to scale, like Jar's gone Tread, so he's looking to be a right-click threat. You've got Arfu that we know this Phoenix can be a huge menace as the game goes on. So it looks like once again SMG are in a great position to be able to scale as this game goes on. Yeah,
and look towards top. I mean, nobody's reacting to the Enchantress creep, just pushing, and this can do a lot of damage. Just sending these summons towards the tier 2 towers, they will fall pretty quickly as he will feed it away finally. Tims comes up here and starts clearing with Fate Bolt. But this is what you need. You need a hero to protect against the Ench. Enchantress still going for this no point ultimate to get more points in impetus and enchant early on. A little bit of a sacrifice in survivability, but gets more value out of the other abilities.
Bottom lane, they could be eyeing up no one. I don't think Cuckoo and KP have what it takes to get that kill. Maybe Carl can also get Arfu. Another dive is the potential. It's really currently been SMG, the proactive team across the map. Do we feel like that's going to continue to be the case over the next like 5 minutes, or can Blacklist start to make some plays shortly?
I think they can start making moves now. Like I said, they were working on Dragonlance and Yasha. They already got the Dragonlance. They got enough gold for a Blade of Alacrity for Luna as well. So starting to play around her could be possible for them here, but SMG just look to be a little bit more active with their positioning. We see bottom again. They gotta force something out of this tide here.
KP will shrug off the cold snap.
Not really close enough on him to do more. As the backup is here as well. Venge is behind.
They'll have to look to deal with mid as well. Full creep wave with Illusion and Catapult, so Afu's going to try and TP in. Meanwhile, mid one tries to snipe the power rune away. Looks like he will.
He thought about going in to try and take the rune still, but of course mid one still had the stun, so not going to be able to. This move top.
Okay, finally, they're looking to get active. Straight to Mastros they go. Doom's still going to be able to find the ultimate, and it's just onto a Rubik. It's not really the most valuable target. That tornado from no one is huge. Just gives them some seconds to reposition. Raven, we're still going to chuck the Eclipse with a Ravage. Everything dumped on the head of Mastros. And now Carl, he can also jump over the top to be able to close the distance onto Janua. Like you said, no points untouchable. So he's going to get blown up pretty easily. And they might know that no one's here.
Yeah, maybe. He's trying to be sneaky right now. Looks like he's going to be fine, but he's hovering in the area. Has to be careful if he does go down because there is a sentry, but he's gonna TP out. Doesn't want to stick around any longer. That was a good move to use the smoke and portal behind. I like the activity coming out from Blacklist because that's what we were asking as well. We're gonna see them, you know, make any rotations or make any active moves.
This mid one is so huge right now, though, on the Sven. And he can. If he wants to, BKB is going to be completed after this camp. If he wants to disassemble the Echo Saber. This is a big Sven they're going to have to go up against.
It's a big timing as well. He got BKB complete and Ravage is still on cooldown. They could play towards Roche. They could play towards the tier 2 tower. They have the Sven ulti as well, so Roche is definitely on the menu if they want to.
Yeah, they're just going straight for it. They're not even going to try and take a fight.
Yeah, going into it. They have the Alacrity available as well, so gonna buff him up. And I don't know if they realize that's happening right now even. Blacklists, you know, they're just business as usual, keep farming. So I don't think that they are on point with this. But then again, they don't have Ravage, so there's no way they could fight. Even if they did have Ravage, it would be pretty difficult. Now Aegis though, that's a lot of, you know, potentials opening up here to take the tier 2s.
Well, you'll have to wait a little bit though from SMG. Also with the God Strength being on cooldown, we'll see them still potentially stick around. This could be, nonetheless, if a fight does break out top, Blacklist have an incredible war. Zhao's probably going to get rid of it now.
Yeah,
yes, there we go.
Check with a Sunstrike and get a quick removal, and that means tier 2, they're still gonna go for it because they realize Blacklist are not playing this area. Blacklist are going and invading the Radiant side of the map. Got that pipe on the Tidehunter, not electing to go for the Shard next, instead Blink. I think I agree with it this game though. This game, you don't need Shard as badly, you need to land big Ravages, and with BKB and Sven, you're not gonna land it that easily if you don't have Blink.
Playing around mid though, SMG have come back. Meanwhile, mid one is also pushing top. So trying to play this macro game, get as much out of the map as they possibly can, but Blacklist haven't gone back to defend.
Blacklist still want the bottom tower, using the Meteor Hammer here on the Tide, trying to siege up as Ember is clearing the mid creep wave without getting caught. Pretty big value they can kill the wave for them right there. Kind of hinders SMG from doing anything. They're gonna TP bottom.
Being down. Oh, well, Raven, the rest of the team has started to move away.
Oh.
Who can look to play with a swap, not going to get caught by the stun, and helps Raven make it back to the high ground as well. But look at the backline stab. Mastros flying to Doom. Supernova's out before the Ravage. They're going to turn to be able to deal with the egg, but still Raven, he's going to be brought down with ease, and our mid one's got a free fight with the Alacrity buff given over to him. They'll turn to Cuckoo, won't get him, but at least the cold snap is quick from no one to stop the Tidehunter TP. So in the end, SMG, yes, 2 casualties, but they're able to find 2 big core kills as well.
Yeah, big takedown, getting the Luna there. It's the second death of the game, but, you know, she has been farming for so long without going down, and that was just a very ballsy move. I don't think they expected it at all. Kind of SMG, this is what I love about SMG from the games that we watched. They're a very unpredictable team. Blacklist is the opposite. They're a very predictable team. They play very structured, very organized, whereas SMG are chaotic, dude. That can be a good thing, can be bad. This time turned out to be really good for them.
Mr. Timms?
Oh, that's a nice spell to steal, dude. Getting a max level Stormhammer feels really good for Rubik. Oh, they're fermenting the rune. Don't take it. Don't take it. 10 seconds.
No. Very good, very good.
Dire's bottom
Who gets it though? Let's see. Who's going to be the, you know, the rewards of the experience?
Ember, maybe?
Carl?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like KP might take it.
KP?
I mean, Carl should probably take it, I feel. Okay, they take 1 each. were they doing rock, paper, scissors or something? Yeah, 1 each.
Cuckoo Shards, of course, very nice as well. So, still they're going to be fighting to the ages for another 2 minutes as Cuckoo's going to run straight to mid one of the triangle.
Everybody around here.
40? Is this a fight they want to take?
Oh, so Egg is coming off cooldown soon as well, and Doom is already up.
Oh, swap back in. Mid one. If they can force up the first line without committing too heavily, this is a good start. Doom hasn't TP'd just yet to the team as well. They'll start with the telekinesis.
Just poking him.
Control.
Wow.
Perfect from Blacklist, but now mid one will turn. The egg is even better, but the retreat's been caught. Blacklist straight away back to the northern side. They've been able to reposition. Finally, Mastros is with the team as well. Tornado will fly out. But the read from Dai was beautiful. Poke down the Sven from afar, force an ultimate out, then reposition and go back in when you see an opportunity.
Yeah, the play was really nice, but also comes down to the steal that he got early on Rubik Timms with that Stormhammer. You know, they're chain stunning with the magic missile, the lift, the Stormhammer, just beautifully locking people in place for a long time.
Oh, this smoke could be beautiful.
Quick move.
It goes to the lane anyway, it's not going to matter. Instantly, look where they go.
No BKB.
I mean, this is a huge opportunity. Blacklist, they've been getting some support kills, but finally they will be rewarded with a big core kill onto mid one Sven.
Yeah, looks like they're gonna go clear the enemy ancients for Luna as well. She could go mid if she wants. Sven dead.
All right, well, yes, you take something out of the map, but you're also probably going to lose KP as well. Cold Snap back up. No one is really starting to ramp up in the experience, and also Arfu gets involved too.
Good pick off there. I think he didn't expect to be brought down, but you can see the right click from this Invoker. He's hitting for 260 damage a hit with the Alacrity on him as well. And of course the Hurricane Pike, interesting choice that is very, very useful against the chain stun as well.
top tower.
Wisdom Rune gonna be secured here by Alfu before you might lose it.
Dire's bottom
I need to get that
tower is under
Tormentor.
attack. Blessings upon a long
Potential just for Arfu to get it is huge. I mean, it's not the worst for Enchantress considering Januel's got Tread's Force, Wraithband as well, Growbow too. So
Yeah, I also didn't really comment on that, but getting the Tormentor for Vengeful, that shard stun is so good.
Yeah.
The bouncing stun, it effectively works as extra range for you, since you can just throw it on, you know, a creep or something in between you and a target. They're gonna go for it now, though. Sven gonna commit the ulti for this.
Pray. Well done. All right, very cool. This guy, Akshad, one of the best ones at the moment, and you're about to have a Hex as well for Arfu, so cores are going to have a lot of value this game, but also supports we need to put a lot of attention on. They could be devastating inside some of the fights.
Yeah, this is big, man. He's pretty damn close. It's early for a support to have a Hex. Only 24 minutes into the game. He's going to have it in just 1 more minute.
Well, very close. We're just needing 500 gold for the Ogre Axe.
Yeah, it's closing in, and that's going to be the big timing they want to play around. The Luna looking absolutely massive. At the same time, though, the Sven, he's building up, having the crits now as well. Next fight could be real dangerous. And also, I want to mention, we haven't talked that much about Masaros. He's had, you know, not really a quiet game, but he's farmed, man. He's 1,000 ahead of the Sven. He is absolutely huge. The biggest hero on the field, this Doom. And,
Top lane, they might go on Carl.
no way. Okay, they're just pushing. He was pretty far back, pretty tough to get, but they do poke a few hits on the tower, force out the glyph.
Is that worth it though, Waga? Like, that's God strength now. Surely you look for a fight if you're Blacklist.
I think he should. Then again, it's a very fixed timing window where he's not going to have it. They're actually going to be the ones to smoke around and go behind bottom.
Oh.
Oh, this is a
Remnant?
This is a scary move with the Hex from Phoenix as well. No, the Courier. Don't send the Courier like this. Enchantress, no. Okay, micros it.
They're smoked as well. It's going to pop it now. Mid one, they're all clumped up. Fights is started to one. KP.
He didn't BKB.
Oh, they just blew him up! Oh, mid one disappeared. They're still going to be able to chase the Luna down. All commitment now solely put onto her. They'll be rewarded off the back of the kill. But what's the call from Blacklist?
Carries are dead.
It's a fight you want to take. KP's going to swing on over. You've got Carl here as well. And the Ember knows nothing to fear. They used every single ability onto Raven. So Carl can just run on forward, pop down 2 members, rewarded with a double kill. And what was looking like an incredible angle for SMG just doesn't pay out in the end.
I mean, it's just that BKB, man. It didn't go off. I don't know, Sven. Need to get the BKB there. Just gets caught by the Ravage when you're going behind the enemy. Like, they were the ones who knew what was going on. And KP with a good reaction. I mean, sure, his blink was fast and his blink Ravage was a good read to react to the situation, but that really shouldn't have happened for SMG.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They killed him a crazy amount of damage. And dude, this Tim Stormhammer, man, you said it before, but he's putting so much work in with this.
Oh yeah, dude, it's a dreamy spell to have. I mean, you're just adding, you're taking like half of the lockdown that you have on the side of SMG. The Stormhammer is really one of their best disables, and then you're taking it onto the Rubik and make it even better. Give extra cast range to that shit, and yeah, he's having a field day.
Hang on, Masteros top lane. Multiple heroes showed down bottom. They instantly need to go through the red a little bit too late. He can activate the BKB. Is being fine at the moment. Meanwhile, mid one was able to assassinate the Vengeful Spirit. No Ravage here for Blacklist. This is looking a little bit messy with their numbers disadvantage. KP caught on the low ground, and there's no way to. Masteros is already looking for the +1. Quick on the chains, though. Helps get some breathing room for boys on Blacklist, but Arthur's going to be in with the Hex. It will not matter, though. That should be Roche for free, though. SMG is still hunting.
And not going to be able to catch right there. They are very fast with the speed aura on Doom as well. Looking for a catch mid, but not really going to happen. I like the idea of just going straight to Roche here, but doesn't look like they're in a rush to get it.
Oh, they want more kills. All right.
Blacklist are going to be, you know, correctly just backing away, saying, okay, chill. Full BKB on the Invoker now as well. 9-second BKB available.
Can they get to top? Bottom's going to be shoved out.
They can get there in time.
Ravage.
Yeah. They should be able to run there. If they go immediately now, easily. They have smoke and the Sven doesn't have ulti yet. It's not that absurdly fast, Roche. They just need to immediately go. A little bit of running back and forth to pick up items here. Sven ulti comes off.
And we'll look at no one as well.
Oh, he's...
a smoke block with the ward.
Yeah, they're not going straight. That's gonna mean that Roche goes down though.
They might run into Masteros though. Which, if they get this kill, they might still be able to take the fight into the ages.
Oh, this is sketch though. This is a dangerous fight.
That's not the person you want to run into first. It looks like SMG, they're actually TPing out. So there won't be a full 5-on-5 fight. It will just be the kill onto the Ench, and SMG, they'll get out with all the reward.
Yeah, they'll see bottom that they took the portal to escape, and they're gonna go through the portal with Tide in pursuit, maybe? Nah, he wants to stick around top. They're pushing now with their Luna. So even though they lost the Aegis to SMG there, Ench is dead, one hero gone. Means that you can maybe make a power play here towards this tower top.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is
The
under
DD at that top rune as well could be quite nice for either side. Masros mid lane. What?
Okay,
Dude,
just TP out.
Meanwhile, no one as well. They're going to run into Tim, so they'll be able to get the kill at least onto the Rubik. Masros is starting to cut off maybe the reinforcements are pathing back to their own jungle, but it is just him. And
He got the courier. That's the Lincolns for Luna. Gonna be delayed by 3 minutes. And now with the smoke up as well, DD rune found for the Sven. See if they can find anything with the BKB on cooldown on Ember here. They just want to take a fight.
mid lane, KP. We'll be able to get away from the Stormhammer stun. KP's still getting chased down. Man, that's so much damage. A defensive Ravage. Oh, all right, with the anchor, he'll be able to get some distance away, and mid one won't continue to chase. But dude, the only fights that have really looked good for Blacklist is when the Ravage has been up and available for KP. Now with it on cooldown, SMG, they can take a lot of the map. That's another tier 2 tower.
It's absolutely massive. I mean, not having the Ravage is going to make it very difficult for him to take any form of fight. So we see mid one now confidently going in, stealing away some of the enemy ancients here, and wouldn't be too surprised to see them push bottom and even play for Tormentor or taking more engagements.
Well, they're coming.
Oh, the gem. They're going to lose the gem. They split up too much.
That was godlike? Okay.
He's been owning this game. He's just getting a lot of last hits with Slider Fists in general as well. But I'm
KSing.
surprised that they just let go of the area there after Ravage was expanded and you have the Aegis on SMG, not controlling the enemy triangle. Kind of just lets Blacklist get back on the map here.
Waste some of that Aegis as well. So we'll be able to go once again with the Phoenix respawning. Do have some big items though. Silver's Edge on mid one. Gonna help kind of deal with the Tidehunter tankiness, potentially blow up the Luna. I thought I saw a Shivas. I think Doom just completed that. And a Hurricane Pike as well for Januel.
Extra control, being able to push people around. I mean, you got the Hurricane Pike on no one, Hurricane Pike on Enchantress now. So
Have you seen no one's item build?
oh, he's going for the Eye of Scotty. Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
Well, it's a great universal item, and you're playing against a lot of heal and lifesteal, so you know, and not everyone can be doomed all the time. Might as well add this. It's like earlier we saw the AA and the Doom together, just really hating heal. It's the same thing here. But Eye of Scotty is just fantastic. You're a universal hero. Feels really great.
They are beelining it towards his Tormentor, but Radiant are aware. Oh, dude, if they clump up. Nice scan. Okay. So they won't be able to get it, unfortunately. Cuckoo still stick around maybe to go for a swap back, but won't even find that opportunity.
Yeah, if he starts taking Tormentor, maybe they want to go and fight him, but he's probably going to take the tower first, and then it's going to be difficult to hold on to this Tormentor here for Dire. As they kind of just leave the area now. They will see the advantage of this age is 1 minute on it, and they're going to squeeze the most out of it, getting tier 2 tower first, and then pinging to go over to a Tormentor. Then might even see them push high ground with it as well here. It's going to be the Enchantress. So she gets the Sproink. It's actually very useful in this game. Against the Vengeful, you can very easily dodge the Magic Missile. It disjoints stuff, so it's not a bad shard to get.
Radiant are scanning.
Good spot for Dire to take a fight with this Cliff Ward. It might potentially run into no one. They don't have a sentry though. No one's going to pop out a vision for a second.
They do have the gem on Tide, but not going to be able to see him. A little bit too far away. Sven again, man, just looking for stuff, always silver edging around, looking whoever he can jump.
So it'll be a bit frustrating. They can cancel the blink. Never mind. Okay, KP gets out. They lose that ward though. Very powerful position for them to potentially take a fight with a higher ground advantage. So that is gone now. They're probably going to have to go to the opposite side of the map.
They're doing a good job just controlling Blacklist's access to the map here. SMG just all over the place, shoving in creep waves and keeping them on the back foot on the side of this Luna lineup, who normally wants to snowball down the towers like Blacklist.
Oh, mid one. Oh, it's a lot of damage. And now they get the Doom on the Raven as well. He can activate the beak if required. Mid one's going to go for the secondary spot. They've got buybacks and they'll need them out of Blacklist. Further inside the base, the hunting goes as KP uses a defensive ravage. When are the buybacks going to come out? Because they're starting to go deeper and deeper. The punishment needs to be there, but the instant beak get beat.
Oh, no swap.
Astros will make it, and they all get out too. Carl's on the hunt, but a tornado from no one gets some distance. Januel's still in danger. Are they even going to lose him, man? SMG. This retreat has been perfect for them. They have expended multiple buybacks, and all they will get is a kill onto the Enchantress.
That is super costly there. What a brave initiation again. And I mean, I've been hyping this hero, man. I've been hyping Sven, saying how damn good it feels to have a Sven on the game. Mid one definitely got a nice pick off there, but that's the value of this hero as well. He just blows up someone, and then you take a favorable fight. Exactly playing in towards the strengths of the hero. And that Doom as well, just going straight onto Luna saying, nope, you're not going to be part of the fight. And Luna ends up just running away.
We're seeing how different like when the Sven initiates in this game compared to last game, right? Like just the fights look so different. You continue to bring it up last game, and we saw like the one fight that we initiated on the Sven, it looked pretty decent. KP. Oh, mid one's ready to go.
They're going for him.
To be able to pop.
Holy
mouth! Oh, but it's an unnecessary turn, but who cares? It's going to be back up in 80 seconds. They will get the kill onto the Phoenix inside the river, but they are hunting. Mid one wants more blood. They set up a trap, though. Mid one runs straight to them. Now Raven, can he get down to the low ground? He's going to find some distance away, so mid one will just turn for the easy kill, but SMG, they are not done just yet. Masteros.
He's chasing.
Hunting Raven, being able to sniff him out. There is no escape as they will catch up to him in the front of the base. Raven goes down without a buyback, and Mastros as well jumps up over towards Tim's. Telekinesis will buy some time, but what is there to fear? A push away thanks to the headband means that he will get back to the safety of the fountain, but some objectives about to crumble.
Man, they're just looking so damn strong right now. SMG, how fast did that Tide die on bottom? And he didn't even have Ravage, so he does have buyback, but he didn't use it here as the rest of his team got caught out as well. And now this is going to be first lane of Rax, and he may lose more. Luna is down 40 seconds on Venge. Ember's trying all he can to defend here, and maybe they're going to back and reset, but definitely could do even more damage, perhaps. Sven looking towards mid, has the cheese ready.
Oh, KP!
Backdoor protection finally kicks away, but I think they've done good enough to defend here, but I mean, that's devastating damage. You've used buybacks, you've died on a ton of heroes, you lose your barracks, and now SMG can just sit back and enjoy the map. 18,000 net worth lead, and the map is massive for them. They can play the entire field, whereas on the side of Blacklist, it's getting smaller, man. The access to the map is really limited. One little silver lining for them, when KP died bottom, he had gem. He sent out his courier and saved that gem. So they still have it and have access to, you know, D-ward and make sure that they can get some form of control back on the map here.
They're going to need that vision to set up for the Ravage. If it is not multi-man Ravage, then I don't know what they're going to be able to do. You just compare the Sven to the Luna. Like, this is a strategy that, I mean, Raven in particular has ran a lot with his other teams. We've seen Blacklist do as well so far, but just Sven looks like a far better carry.
I'm telling you, man. That's why I said I favor SMG in this game. They look strong.
I see.
Blacklist, I mean, their lineup is strong.
Look at this ward.
Oh no.
Look at this ward. Oh my lord, it's giving
quick reaction though.
Information. Mid one's gonna jump Raven, so it means that Luna can never freely right-click inside the fight. They'll turn over towards the north. A quick and easy kill. I mean, KP's able to get out of danger, but it is just chaos.
And she's owning, look at her.
Says Cuckoo won't escape. Meanwhile, Raven's gonna try and go through the portal, but mid one cleaves him. That's enough, dude. That is enough, because no one's hunting. Carl on the opposite side of the map as well. Just Blacklist can never catch a break. It seems like there is never an opportunity for them to even have a remotely decent fight.
No, I love the no hesitation initiations coming in there from Masteros. Just sees a Rubik and says, you know what, good enough for me. He jumps in, takes that, and they take the fight from there. They're far enough ahead that any initiation going their way is a good enough one. And now we see them on mid here. 3 heroes dead. Ooh, this is looking like Blacklist are gonna make their way down into the lower bracket, man.
And what a convincing a victory it would be as well. Mastros. Look at that. Whoa, no, Carl! Oh no, dude's had an incredible game.
Oh boy.
You gotta die for that, right?
The
Timing of the stun.
The four step from Tide saved him.
Die.
Wow.
KP might though. No, he won't die. One last fight, maybe.
Maybe 18 seconds. They did get mega creeps already, so looks like SMG are gonna take the tier 4 tower.
Swap.
Then get out.
Okay. BKB TP, he's chilling. Meanwhile, KP. So trying to run into Januel. They're just gonna all TP out immediately. I'm on no way.
Just TP. I mean, it doesn't look like it should be a lineup where you just TP against all those heroes, but no one finds the perfect timing after getting swapped out to just run a little bit out of the tower range and then click the BKB TP out. I don't know, man. There's not much going the way of Blacklist right now. Mega creeps against them, and of course Roche falling quickly as we speak. Aghanims over on the Doom now as well. That is an absurd Aghanims to have as well. And he has the 25 talent, so he has the mute available.
All right, Waga. One last stand.
This is the final one, man. You don't get more than one fight here.
And Zhao's just going to break it. If there's the Enchantress that runs up... Oh, they might have seen Raven. Wait, they're going to start on the Enchantress.
Oh, the Doom.
Meanwhile, Mastros, that is the perfect jump in. The Doom onto Molto, and the Egg's even better as well. No one can target...
He's chasing him.
Secret shot. Just the spell casting is beautiful from SMG. A prime reason why they deserve the slot in the grand finals. Congratulations. They will be that first team to make it over there. And I tell you what, this team is on one hell of a roll. I mean, their series versus Geek Fam wasn't convincing. It went 3 games. It was a messy series. The one versus Execration as well was a messy series as well. Game 2 went 65, but this one versus one of the favorites in Blacklist, SMG just dismantled them.
They really did, and Blacklist have looked really good. I did have questions before this, like were Blacklist tested as much as SMG were, because they went up against Execration, who also look really good now. So their 2-1 series against Execration maybe wasn't, you know, the same as Blacklist going against Bleed and Boom, who have looked a little bit lower in my opinion so far. But yeah, SMG, what an absolute show here. They completely handled Blacklist, and honestly, I thought this would be a way closer match, but they're just on a different level here in this in this series. So that puts them in the grand final, guaranteed now to be one single series away from qualifying to TI.
It never feels like it's just an individual person that is getting them over the finish line as well. Like, everyone played the role that was required out of them in Game 1 and Game 2.
SMG are just ramping up, dude. They're leveling up as we go through the qualifier here, because they did not look this good before. When I watched them in the game against Execration, there were like bigger weaknesses, and even in the Geek Fam series, like you mentioned. But they're playing their best Dota so far right now in the series against Blacklist, and they look like a fierce team to go up against in the grand finals. There's only one spot, man, and the 3 teams now in the lower bracket, they have a lot to fight for against this.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, they're the ones coming into it. You may not have been expecting SMG. I mean, you bring no one in. How long have they had together to be able to scrim? But they look super goddamn crisp. They look like a team that has been playing together for a long time and have so much confidence with each other's play style as well, and they fit incredibly well together. So this SMG team, yeah, they've got the X on their back. Someone needs to be able to topple them right now because they are looking like the best.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're looking absolutely fantastic, and the players, you know, it's tough for me to even say who stood out the most in this final game, actually. I don't know, dude. Do you have one that you think was the one way? Maybe mid one, I guess, but I don't know. They were just really delivering here. I think mid one maybe would be my MVP.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think been one too. I think just some of the jumps that he was able to get inside the team fights for me in particular, and just his target prioritization. But I think again overall, I felt like everyone did their role. I mean, we're just seeing like any day could be Genuel being huge with the Enchantress rotating, or with the Nature's Prophet. You've got Arfu who can make some incredible clockwork plays, and then his Phoenix team fight with like his Hex build could be devastating. Mastros just free farmed on the Doom. It looks like they're enabling him on a level we haven't seen in quite some time. I mean, this is also Mastros. He is a person who's been trying to make it up inside the region. I mean, previously had a lot of success on like Motivate Trust. He was attempted on teams on like a Fnatic and Bleed as well for a little bit too. But it seems like they've really unlocked his potential too in the offlane.
I think so for sure. He's looking like one of the standout offlaners, if not the standout offlaner of the entire regional here. He's delivering every single game. He impressed us earlier in the first series we cast, I think, with the Vengeful Spirit, where he just absolutely bossed it up as well. So showing that he has flexibility, can play many different things. He's not really a one-trick pony type offlaner. No, he brings a lot to the table. And overall, that's probably the biggest strength of SMG. They bring so much. There are so many things they can do. They don't play one style. They play chaotic, unpredictable, and you just have to play really damn good to deal with them. And I think Blacklist, their weakness in this series that we just saw is that their game plan is very simple. It's very straightforward. And, you know, it can be analyzed and predicted, because going into the series, I knew that they were going to go 5-man death ball type drafts and try to do that. Whereas SMG, they just take the fights really impressively. So, I mean, props to them.
Props to them, without a doubt. SMG them to book their ticket into the grand finals, which means that we still have one more series tonight. It's going to be done in the lower bracket, and to determine who will be eliminated. We got Geek Fam up against the boys on Execration. One team will continue on to the final day to, of course, verse Blacklist in that lower bracket finals. Is it going to be the boys on Geek Fam, or will it be Execration? We'll have to find out after a break.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of Southeast Asian TI qualifiers. That one spot on the line still, and we are down to 4 teams remaining. We got this best of 3 that's going to be happening here, our final one of the day, and what's been an awesome day of Dota once again. Elimination's already happening, but we got 2 teams now playing earlier today, Geek Fam versus Execration in this best of 3. I'm Break CBK, joined by Keizu. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. You know, I've been sitting around watching some Dota, as most of the games in this region, they all go very long. We didn't have a 3-game series just now, but we've had some good back and forth. And yeah, now you have Geek Fam versus Execration. We're getting to like the last couple of teams who need to battle it out. And I think both of them have been steadily improving. So we've got a good match on our hands.
Yeah, as you certainly would expect here, just about getting ready to wrap things up. Obviously, tomorrow going to be the final day where we will find out which team will represent. Could it be one of these 2 teams? Of course, certainly, but they still got quite the grind to go. But yeah, these 2 teams, we've had the chance to cover Geek Fam ourselves, even just come yesterday. Execration, though, ourselves we haven't, but obviously the number 1 seed coming into this event. They've done very well throughout the season, enough to be that top seed, but they got knocked down by Team SMG in those upper bracket semifinals. Of course, Team SMG, as we just saw, though, they are hot right now.
Yeah, they are just cruising. Even like a 2-0 against Blacklist. Looks like they were... I feel like they did good in both games, sure. Competitive games, but they squeeze it out with the 2-0. So, yeah, but here we're into the game of Geek Fam. Versus, like you said, we have not covered Execration yet.
Yeah, I'm excited. Obviously, for so much being on the line, but 2 quality teams going at it. Always hyped to cast some top tier Dota 2 action. See the stretching going on there. Cox, their mid player, of course, you know, getting warmed up, getting ready to get things going here. Now, we're going over the previous series, of even the ones that were played earlier today. And one thing that stood out, Geek Fam specifically, Warlock was actually very relevant in that series. Both the winning teams taking it in those first 2 games and even banned in game 3. So I'm wondering if that's going to make an appearance here early.
Honestly, it might. Like we saw it last time already. Like they're the only team that really picked that hero. And then, like you said, last series, they play it, they win. Then the enemy team takes it away from them, and then they win the next game, and then Game 3 just turned out to be banned, so we'll see how it goes. As you can just see that Geek Fam, they really value some of these heroes very highly. Like also Venge is just a hero we've seen rise up over and over, so banning it out when you're not first pick, yeah, I feel like that just kind of makes sense. Yo, Bob, it's time to stop yawning, bro. If Zhao A was here, he would scold your ass.
it's something, man. We talked about that. We're gonna zoom in on him as we're highlighting that film.
Yeah, what up, Bob?
You know, they're gamers in the end. You know, they get in their own zone. Obviously, as long as they perform, that's what matters. But
this is the mid matchup. I'm sorry to interrupt, Breaky, but we've got Bob versus Cox.
Yeah.
The battle of, I don't know, the kings. As there's the Warlock. Execration get themselves their hands on another, I mean, I wouldn't say like forbidden hero, but one that not many teams have been allowed to play so far with the Nature's Prophet.
Very true, yeah, and you would lean more towards a support Nature's Prophet is what we have been seeing when picked up, and strength of the possibilities there. But, you know, I'd like to say it still has that flex potential, certainly, if it's necessary. But yeah, the Warlock pick, again, we saw a little bit of it even yesterday ourselves in the hands of Geek Fam, that those Fatal Bonds, it's such a good tool, not only in the laning phase, but just throughout the game. It's just constantly doing damage. And of course, there's the Chaotic Offering. You know, we can't forget about that.
Yeah. That hero just seems very good, right? You've got like you've got some wave clear nowadays, nicely with Fatal Bonds. They've got some buffs. Upheaval has received some buffs. You've got a casual heal, and then you just have a big fat teamfight spell with the Golem, which has also gotten buffed. I think it has like some slow resistance or something, and it is a bit stronger. So overall, it just seems like, you know, this hero has pretty good impact overall. I've also seen it from Western European teams. I think Entity, who are also waiting in the upper bracket finals, they've also been busting out some Warlock on Fishman. So it seems like the hero is it's on the rise.
It's always interesting between these qualifiers and just in general, even in one of these qualifiers, like you'll see the trend of the evolution of its own evolving of these heroes making appearances more and more as the event goes on, because teams realizing as they're still figuring out the patch. Again, there's only been so much competitive play since this patch has really hit. So Warlock is certainly one of those heroes that's feeling that impact right there.
So, of course, you only get one ban here as Geek Fam, since you already I don't know, banned 4 heroes in stage 1, so gotta kind of know what you want. Geekfam seemed like one of the teams that really prioritized just having 2 supports early, and then they cover it with their cores. So now it's like, okay, we have 2 backlining supports, we're gonna need cores that kind of go in for us. So, you know, this is where heroes like Void and Sven and whatnot, they kind of like rise in value. So Geekfam get themselves their hands on Rubik, and overall most of the Rubiks we've seen, I feel like they've been doing very well.
Oh yeah, and naturally just a very fun hero to watch.
Yeah.
Obviously looking out for the spell steals and what is going to be taking over throughout the fights. The lift itself, of course, valuable tool. Fade Bolt's always going to be useful. So yeah, not surprised to see the Rubik going up with the Warlock combo here on GeekFam side. Both teams apparently valuing their supports early on. Elder Titan so far the pick for Execration to go with the NP.
Okay, that means I'm not fully sure where the Prophet is going yet, because I would assume that you want ET in the 5 role against Rubik. You lane pretty well there. Sure, Rubik has a lift, but it's not like the best defensive spell, so I would assume it's a ET5. Then your Nature's Prophet is kind of open, and they go for an Earth Spirit, which is a hero that I like a lot, and I even know when this patch originally came out, the 7.33, where they like messed up everything, like the whole game became so different with Twin Gaze, whatnot. I think it was Tino. He was like playing offline Earth Spirit every game, doing this Vanguard disassemble with Arcane Boots into Octarine Core. So if you're playing against him right now, I don't think you have any idea where any of these Execration heroes are going.
Very possible, but GeekFam focusing on what they want to do, if anything, and what they want to do is the Sven Ember Spirit combo coming out right here. So perhaps a matchup with the Spirits in the mid lane, but as you said, still not really too sure yet.
Yeah, I think this is a very good double pick. So we talked about the fact, what do you need with these 2 supports? Well, if you have backline supports, you need people that go in for them, kind of make use of their stuff. You've got the Sven. If Sven lanes against Nature's Prophet, he's very happy. If Ember lanes against Earth Spirit mid, he's also very happy. If Ember has to defend any moves from Nature's Prophet, he's also very happy. So I think here this double pick from GeekFam is very good. It's kind of on Execration now to figure out, okay, if we flex these heroes in this way, which one of these 2 heroes can we counter? Because I think they need to find at least a good answer to one of them.
Well, we'll see what Execration decides to run with here. You mentioned a good answer to one of them. I mean, yeah, heroes that come to mind. Something obviously, there's of course the very obvious, the Huskar against the Ember Spirit, but even as we saw yesterday, that's certainly no guarantees. Even with the dominant laning phase, things can get out of hand the other way, and not something you want to necessarily all in with. So yeah, Execration trying to figure out what that right pick is at this time. Look at that position 1 themselves, perhaps, knowing that it's a Sven matchup.
Maybe some I was thinking of maybe Medusa or TB. I think generally what you want against Sven are carries that when he goes on you, he doesn't just instantly kill you. Which honestly, that is a lot of the carry pool. You will die to a Sven. But like TB, Dusa, they tank up a lot. They naturally buy Skadi, and I think GeekFam's heroes aren't like too good at dealing with Medusa. Like a lot of times you see like, you have Shadow Demon support that's very annoying, or a lot of slows. So overall, I think Execration found themselves like a good pick to have the stationary carry, but if the GeekFam still have very nice possibilities in the draft, so just like play around it, just kite the Medusa.
Bans are going to be really intriguing to me for GeekFam here, because as you're pointing out, I mean, it's still not certain necessarily what Execration is going to be doing with at least those first 3 heroes, and then you got GeekFam, it's much more obvious. They need their offlaner.
Ban anti-mage, I think, Execration. I know it's we haven't seen it as often, but when there's a Medusa, that's one thing you do see. Well, Execration do need to pick first, so it's kind of on them maybe to decide a little bit, but so I would assume that it is a Nature's Prophet 3 or 4 with Earth Spirit going mid and ET being a 5. Of course, it is more open, but if I had to kind of pinpoint, I feel like that is kind of it. Maybe you pick a new off lane, you try some team fight, pick that up against, I don't know, Sven, some auras for your Medusa. Because for now, like, yeah, it's a good Medusa game, but it's not like, I feel like it could still fall flat. Like your team might just die around you.
Yeah, whenever you have a Medusa, especially, I like to see a strategy more around the Medusa, the 4-1 strategy. You know, build an aggressive team around the Medusa.
Yeah,
getting a core here that certainly would fit that mold. Honestly, something like a Dawnbreaker is still on the board. As
sure, why not? No, this hero is really good too. And it's like, I think Dawn is also very nice against teams that don't like burst you too quickly. It would only be Sven. Like Ember, Rubik, Warlock, they all kill very slowly, which means it's very easy for Dawn to like just chill and like wait for the ult, keep farming. You can also transition to like the second core in the game. So yeah, anything along these lines I think would be super good for Execration.
Yeah. You see the bans that did happen. Timbersaw and Razor both, of course, very good against Sven, especially in the laning phase, let alone throughout. So understandable there. And Execration, their final ban. They don't want to get brooded, so they're going to take away.
Brood is that's also a good ban. That's a type of hero that I feel like when it's not in the meta, you kind of forget about it. Like it's a meta hero. It's just like, oh yeah, Brood is good here. They should pick Brood. But then the hero falls off, and I kind of forget that this hero even exists. So I think that is also a good ban. I don't think Geekfam will have a couple of good options down the line. Anti-Mage, Tide, whatever it may be. But Execration, my friendos, what is it gonna be?
Well, they got 20 seconds before they have to choose at this point. So, figuring, excuse me, that offlane again is likely. It's again, is it going to be a playmaker? Is it going to be more of a team fight presence like a Tide Hunter? But seems like you want something that's maybe more aggressive and making plays, moving around, and the objective hitter there certainly in the Dragon Knight.
Maybe that's a mid Dragon. I guess it could be mid or offlane. I guess if you so the thing is, if you play DK against Sven, I think you're totally fine in the lane. But Sven does not care that you're in that lane. Like you will not like bully him out. You will not pressure him too much. Ooh, Geekfam with an Underlord. Yeah, I do like that. I think that fits in like kind of the aspect of what we were kind of looking for. I would say you lane well against Medusa. You can easily kind of outlast hit this Medusa in the lane as well. And you build so many just annoying items. Crimson Guard, auras, maybe just a halberd as well. You know, just stack up the annoyingness in this game.
Yeah. I love this hero. The Fiend's Gate use is always entertaining to watch, especially with so many objectives to see the Wisdom Rune play. So, yeah, very strong pick. And overall, it certainly seems like a great lineup on the side of Geekfam. To clarify, it is Bob playing the Dragon Knight, so that will be a mid DK and offlane Earth Spirit in the hands of Tino as your.
He is. He is known for his Earth Spirit. I know that Tino does do some very good stuff. Also, their offlane dual lane with Tino and Shanks. They do some good stuff. Like sometimes they just kind of pop off, so it's on them to, I think, like maybe speed up the game early game. And we also saw the DK Ember matchup yesterday. Yopaj destroyed Yao in that mid lane. So I think maybe Execration, they're like, yeah, I want to do that too.
Yeah, that you gotta wonder. Yeah, maybe there is a bit of that. They saw what happened yesterday, and it was kind of reminded like
it was not pretty.
It was not pretty dominant laning phase. Now, but again, it goes back to the laning phase looking strong there. Is DK that hero though that kind of fits that 4-1 mold? Is it enough of kind of helping to create that tempo that we were talking about? It seemed like that they needed.
Yeah, they don't have the most like follow-up damage, I would say. Like, okay, so you have support Nature's Prophet, which means he can always come to the move and like maybe Medallion, Solar Crest, or use his ult, but you don't have this Snapfire, you don't have this Skywrath Mage. So I think for them it's very important on these early lanes. Does DK win his lane? Probably yes. How does Earth Spirit do? Because I think Tino, when you play offlane Earth Spirit, you don't want to farm so much. He's going to want to just roll around the map with his DK and make moves. So this first like 5 to 8 minutes for these two heroes specifically, very crucial.
Yeah. No, this is going to be fun. Game number 1, this best out of 3. The winner moves on to play Blacklist Rivalry tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. The winner of that will match up against Team SMG in the grand finals, where that 1 TI spot is on the line. So, Keizu, we are loading in now. Looking forward to this one. Should be good. Geekfam, though, again, fan of their draft. Seems like it's just a very obvious draft. If I could put it like an easier to execute draft, perhaps as well. As certainly, could argue.
It's like very, and it's just like solid. It's like nice to look at. You see 2 supports, you're like, okay, they need like these type of heroes, and then they pick, heroes that lane well, that can go in, and then they like take this last pick, which is also kind of what they need. I just feel like I don't know, it looks very nice. I think it flows very well. So if they can execute, I think they'll be in a good spot. So we have a quick pause.
I got some reconnects in here. Want to make sure it's all feeling good, of course. Understandable there. But yeah, you mentioned the DK in that mid matchup against Ember Spirit. We had a dominating performance. It was like 20 creep score, 15 denies early on in the lane. It was actually ridiculous. We thought Huskar was kind of the counter. Certainly is, but apparently DK is as well. I mean, why is that? Why is it just simply how he could just stand up to Ember Spirit and not?
Yeah, so like the thing is that DK is one of the few mid heroes that, due to like Dragon Blood and the sustain you have, you can literally just fight against Flame Guard and like you just keep hitting the Ember, and many heroes can't do that. And you can also just stun him. Like every wave, you stun, you deny a creep. Because stun costs way too low mana, 70 mana cost as okay, looks like both teams will have a ward in the same place. I didn't quite catch if they saw each other place that. I think not, as I would assume Geekfam plays it out of a smoke. You know,
Yeah.
the wards are chilling together.
Hanging out.
Just hanging out.
Was placed first, but yeah, you mentioned probably hidden when they placed it, so for the time being,
Yeah.
looks like it's going to be a successful ward for now. They also have one just to the right as well. You see that close-up action of Warlock, though. We mentioned going into this first game that probably going to be a contested hero, certainly for Geek Fam, as they've shown.
Yeah.
I love this hero. 3-0 recently. I think it was 3-1 overall.
Yeah, I think so.
Say that. Three.
And they were like,
at least 3 of those wins, or maybe the 2 wins. But either way, they like this hero.
3 of those games were them, and then the one was the team stealing it from them. As
Yeah.
if you're wondering why Warlock has a Quelling Blade level 1, he will not jungle. He needs it against Sprout nowadays, as if you eat a Tango, it doesn't do anything. You're just wasting it. But a little bit of pressure early on.
Wow, it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, good old stapler.
Yeah, he's just whacking him over and over again with that Astral Spirit buff, but in the end, Armand will be fine. Just
But there's some of these heroes where I feel like the 7.33 patch has been, I would say it's like one of my favorite patches when it comes to bringing new things into the game, like Blood Grenade and whatnot. You know, it just really changes how some heroes work. Like suddenly Undying 5, ET5, the heroes who needed like a little bit of early pressure and more speed, they got that.
yeah. Yeah, Outer Titan, he's definitely got it. He continues to run down the Rubik at that bottom lane and allowing Medusa to just kind of have a 1-versus-1 against Underlord, who, you know, Underlord certainly can hold his own too, but...
I think my observer's not too happy about Bob not having skilled stun here early on against Cox, but I think he's still doing a good job. You know, maybe he's taking a different approach. You lower the damage of Cox with your Brief Fire, because then you lower his damage and then you can still outlast him. So we'll see if he puts on as much of a show as Yopaj yesterday, because if not, then we'll swap into Observer for next game.
Nah, he's gonna be too tilted after. Can't continue on. I gotta go, guys. I gotta.
Yeah.
No, that is interesting though. Obviously, you know, player preference certainly coming into play right there. But yeah, so far it's 6-3 Bob versus 2-0 Cox on the other side. So Dragon Knight is
destroying.
Work beautifully. Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay, sure. You've got this top lane. I mean, the Earth Spirit Nature's Prophet lane. I'm sure it's better than it looks, because to me this looks like a low priority single draft lane. But you know, it's just funny how sometimes it looks like it, but they can just make it work. I don't think they will pressure the Sven too much, but all they want, I think, is levels, and then they want to play through their Dragon Knight. So if that's what they can get, they'll be super happy out of this lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Execration, it's a pretty beautiful CS chart to look at so far. I know we're only 2 minutes into the game, but they're all 3 of their cores are having a great time. Of course, we expected the mid matchup especially, but Earth Spirit even 9-4 against the 7-0 Sven. So Earth Spirit, yeah, it's always fun. I've used this word evolution of these heroes.
Yeah,
how a hero like Earth Spirit has been just support for the longest time. We're seeing him as a core in this patch, it feels like, whether it's mid or even the off lane here. And, you know, kind of makes sense. He just is like this tanky hero that can do a lot of work.
I mean, thank God the Dota players are allowed to figure things out. You know, it's like, oh, this hero can be played in another role. Whereas, yeah, so either way, I think that's nice. You can sometimes see it mid, you see it off lane. Looks like Bob is still doing a good job here in the mid lane. I do think that down bottom, Underlord is not having a good time. I mean, ET Medusa is, it's a scary lane. Like, ET plus any hero that gives him anything. A PA Dagger, Medusa Snake, it's just it's a pain in the ass to deal with.
Very spammable abilities, yeah. You're constantly having to take pressure from. You do see up top, you got Nature's Prophet just roaming back to the lane to continue to assist. But at the bottom, I'm watching as well. As, Rubik's been trying to do this jungling, but Elder Titans just continue to keep that harassment up.
This Nature's Prophet +4, I feel like it's just so annoying to play against. Imagine you're a mid hero, and then every rune you want, this clown just TPs on it. You know, Water Rune minute 2, TP steal. Bounty Rune minute 3, TP steal. Water Rune minute 4, Whistle Rune, like you kind of get the point.
Andy's already had a very unfavorable matchup against the DK. You know, this is not going to be the most fun game for Cox here on the Ember Spirit, at least in the laning phase. But again, we've also mentioned this many times throughout these events, you know, these qualifiers. Ember Spirit, there's a reason why this hero is top picked and so liked.
Yeah.
If he does have the bad laning phase early on, he can definitely recover. You see bottom lane, a lot of damage on the Elder Titan, but he will survive it.
Up here it comes. He didn't even TP for it, so they're doing a good job with like trying to slow down the bottle region of Cox and whatnot. But he's still doing pretty well in this Ember. I don't think he cares too much. The thing that I care about is Earth Spirit's CS. What is my man smoking? He's 26 and 4.
Yeah, well, Nature's Prophet certainly a part of that too. Gav runs in and just starts throwing auto attacks into Sven, and
yeah, he's just sprouting them. Like anyone who doesn't know about the new patch, they're like, "What the hell is this Nature's Prophet doing?" But Sprout deals damage now, my friends, and when they eat out of it, they don't get anything from it. So yeah, what a stupid hero, actually.
Stupid good hero.
Yeah, absolutely stupid good.
Definitely powerful, and there's a reason why one of the most banned, I think the most banned actually overall. Shanks.
It has to be, yeah. So he's gonna be, okay, taking a bit of pressure though. But yeah, this early lane for the Earth Spirit and Nature's Prophet I think is great. They're getting, I would say even more than what they want. They're getting farm, but most importantly for these two heroes, the early XP. Because when you want to play on like high tempo and speed up the game, you need the early levels. Like you will give away 500 gold for a bonus level.
Yeah. Yeah, net worth, 3 of the top 4 belonging to the Radiant side. You got Sven is only one doing solid here for Geek Fam as far as the net worth is concerned. Again, still early on, no hero kills yet. It's very rare, especially in this region, what we've been seeing.
Oh,
usually a lot of
it's coming soon. Minute 6. Which also means heroes are getting that level 6. Your mid hero, you have Bob. He is ult available. They're going to have the siege creep. So everyone is going to go mid. Going to have 6 people here on the mid tower and on the active rune. So Geek Fam, they need to try to withhold this early pressure.
Yeah, Bob immediately kills a catapult, immediately pops ultimate. Now you see he's going to take Fade Bolt there, but here comes
Shanks.
Shanks, and Narman's dead. I mean,
oh yeah, Sprout his ass.
There is the first blood, so you called it, coming up to 6 minutes. And the tower is going to take plenty of damage as well. That region for Ember, at least.
Yeah, they're gonna bring Scam as well. Because what's important is you need to hold this tower. Like, you don't want to lose it against the first dragon form as Cox gets stunned up, blood grenade.
He's not 6.
And he's dead.
No remnant, he's just gonna slight, and he will fall right before the bounty rune can be picked up by him, so even more momentum now for Execration.
So like now, if you're Execration, you're, well, incredibly happy. This mid tower is gonna go to like, what? Less than half HP. You also killed the Ember once more before he got level 6. Or, well, you killed him once before he got 6. So, yeah, Bob is very happy here. So he's just high-fiving and whacking the tower. So, yeah, next form, this tower is gone.
And there's really nothing you can do about it. I mean, it's one of those cases, you just accept that fact, most likely, that it is going to be lost. Scan.
They're scanning. He's thinking about TPing there, but he'll just get instantly lifted. So he'll probably just deal with the 1-for-1 trade. That's a good job by Narman, aka Hassa, being ready in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. Good heads up there. Bottom lane, Elder Titan TP's back in to help support the Medusa some more. But yeah, Medusa's also quietly, as she tends to, been farming away. You know, Onit's doing solid, though. I will say that. It's not like he's fallen behind drastically. He's actually keeping up with everyone else, so that's good news, at least for Geek Fam.
Yeah, good old Medusa Sven. You know what they're both gonna do? Just keep farming. You get a spark of courage on the Sven. He will happily take that. Some more damage if he's ever in trouble later. The physical armor as well. Yeah, why not? God Strength. Kill the wave, farm the jungle, and yeah, Bob, this is your mid tower gone. Which means soon he's gonna go to the top lane. Cox just gets level 6. Yeah.
Dragon Tail hits as he zooms away, but yeah, the tower's dead, and Ember has to keep his distance still. So yeah, expecting the stacks though. Speaking of the Sven versus Medusa matchup, certainly be keeping an eye on that. Oh, Invis picked up, but picks it up right in front of Rubik, getting it first. Ember with the stomp. Excuse me, Elder Titan with the stomp. Stomp would be crazy. Dragon Tail. So Rubik, he's dead. He tried to
He is a goner.
Dragon Tail stun though prevents that, and this Dragon Knight as he's
Bob is doing it. Yeah, he's actually... He is gonna be very strong. I don't know about the 4th point and his passive, but, you know, whatever. He's doing so well that I think he could kind of do whatever he wants. He's gonna need a couple more levels. He's got the Soul Ring, the Magic Wand. And once he has Blink, he's gonna have a couple more levels to go with that. And next Dragon Form, I think Olnit will maybe say goodbye to his top tower.
Expected to move up there. I mean, 25 seconds on the Dragon form, so we'll see. Going to push out this mid creep wave and where he goes from there. Speaking of top, Olnit in the jungle. Going to start farming those neutral items. Already has his own Spark of Courage. But yeah, Warlock doing the stacking. So,
Yep.
I mean, you've seen Sven. He is still topping the charts. So yeah, again, that's the good news for Geek Fam.
Yeah.
The bad news is all 3 cores of the other side are just about near him.
Spark of Courage on Medusa. This item has got to get nerfed. I will talk about it every time I cast. Because when these stupid carries just get 18 damage, like more than 20% on heroes that have Split Shot or Cleave, it is it's a very good item. You know, I'll just think everyone can figure that out. But the good thing is that Skem has Golem already again at like minute 9. Always he leeches a lot of XP. They have a lot of heroes that move out of the lane. Then he stacks for them. They clear that. So they could look to use some of these early golems, I think, in the next couple minutes as well.
Yeah. Underlord, he has a Vanguard, has the Arcane Boots, so he's certainly in a comfortable spot to perhaps assist in a fight. But yeah, as you mentioned, Keizu, it's almost like
bye-bye.
here. It's just
Yeah, it is.
kill top, and DK will take some of the jungle as well.
Yeah, and then like 1 to 1.5 minutes, you're gonna have to DK Blink, set up the map, go for smoke. Maybe you can keep like the Nature's Prophet ulti for then as well. So if you're Geek Fam at this point, like maybe you don't even wanna use your Golem aggressively that badly, because I feel like you don't have the best aggressive capability. So perhaps you just try to hold it and you try to read the enemy moves, and then you're just ready with some Fatal Bonds, Golem counterplay.
Cox there is putting some pressure in the mid lane behind the tower, avoids the Echo Stomp from Elder Titan and slips on out to continue farming in his own jungle, or else that could have been pretty dangerous. But yeah, good job there. Medusa, pretty typical stuff. The Manta Style's queued up, has the Yasha.
Yeah, this Underlord Medusa matchup, very interesting. They just both sit there, kill some creeps and chill. As both teams very focused on stacking, of course. I think this is not the first time we're covering some Sven versus Medusa game, where of course stacking is so good nowadays. A lot of the carries that love stacks are also good. So yeah, both teams preparing that. Also, you see some wards and D-wards around, because you need... This is... careful there, Abing. Oh, that's a magnetize. I like that.
I was going to say, is he going to magnetize?
Oh yeah, I've never seen this before. I'm a fan.
So, he's going to take this farm, or is he just softening it up for the...
No, screw you, Medusa. You're free farming bottom. This is mine. Oh, I love this shit. This is great.
He got Blade Mail already. He has 1,500 gold saved up. I mean, this is an insanely farmed Earth Spirit, so...
Yeah, he's the top net worth now. This is great, because to be fair, if your Medusa had to leave bottom lane, I think, sure, he will take it, but he's just kind of chilling down there. And Shanks as well. I talked about their offlane duo before. He's got Spirit Vessel on the Nature's Prophet, which can like help you even more to kill some of these Underlords and Sven, so... They've got some sick timing. I think also Bob's Blink is coming out, so gotta be careful here if you're Team Geekers fam.
Well, Sven making a point that I don't care what you guys do. I'm the carry on my team, and I'm taking that farm. So he takes his Ancients, and he does continue to be the top, just about 7,000 net worth. Now, he's got the typical build as well, the Echo Saber, the Mask of Madness. BKB is queued up for him, understandably. Great at but look at Bob.
Oh, 3-man smoke.
With Tino.
They seem to be smelling something here, as Force has a very defensive positioning. I like his item build. He's got the Occult Bracelet as well, the Cloak, the Vanguard. He's kind of prepared. Woo. Slight miss.
Force by now. Kicked away.
Oh, kicked out of the ET splitter though.
Yeah, a little unfortunate right there, but either way, it's...
here comes Cox.
Underlord surviving. Tino rolls in, hits Warlock. You mentioned, though, he's got Chaotic Offering, so you don't want to overcommit here if you're Execration. Ember Spirit's on. There's the Chaotic Offering, as well as the Fatal Bond, so got to be careful for the spread damage. Or Spirit pops up.
Tino's a bit deep.
Now going to be blocked, though. Tino's dead. Tino get picked off. The God Strength of Sven. He's going to beat down on the other Titan, and that's 2 kills going the way of Geek Fan. They did lose Warlock, but he did his job. Shane?
He's stuck.
Jinx, yeah. Cox is like, get me out of here, please. Okay, he is going
The vessel.
survive the spirit vessel.
Oh my god, this
Down to 5 life.
the Flame Guard kind of doing work. As you know, also you have the stolen Brief Fire on Rubik, and that stuff is no joke. It's a lot of damage. Like suddenly you have Fate Bolt and Brief Fire, you lower everyone's damage by quite a lot. As I think Execration, you went a little too deep. I don't think your Medusa wants this fight. He just wants to keep farming. So good job by GeekFam. We talked about the Golem.
Yeah.
Seen it put to use.
I mean, they were diving in between tier 1 and tier 2.
They were asking for it. Let's be real.
An Underlord, yeah, just doesn't seem like them. I mean, I understand why they're feeling confident, but that's certainly a little too confident there. But Geek Fam's like, thank you very much. They're going to pick up their own Wisdom Rune.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
They'll continue on. Oh, double damage going to be picked up by Ember. That's big.
That will certainly be of help, perhaps in the next fight for Cox, as bottom tier 1 does fall. So GeekFam have lost all of their tier 1s, which, you know, it can happen. It's not like the end of the world. You're playing against a Dragon Knight and like all this early type of tempo and pressure. At least Olnet is doing very well. And if he can try to replicate what he did in some of the other Sven games where he has good net worth, gets a Blink, BKB, whatever, to like speed up the game and go in for his team, I think that is what they will have to do in this game.
Medusa in her own Ancients, but doesn't really have a stack to work with currently, so we'll just farm up that area, though. Still make the best of it, but, oh, 3-player smoke, Dragon Knight, once again, leading the way with Elder Titan and Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit almost has his own BKB finish, but still needs the recipe. It looks like DK is working on his, so. We mentioned Sven was going to be building into his own, and he's just about there, actually.
Yeah, I do like also that they gave the stack earlier to Tino, because I feel like the heroes that will fight for you are the Earth Spirit and the DK, so give them the farm to go in as Cox, Earth Splitter, Silence, see ya.
The Wrath of Nature also bouncing in. I mean, that is some nasty damage. The Earth Splitter connects, and yeah, no chance to get out of that one.
Yeah, I think unless you're cheating or you have a shield rune activated, most heroes in Dota will die to this move.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you see it right there. It's blowing up. So, yeah, when things synergize like that here on the Radiant side, you can just see how much damage they can do. But kind of goes back to that previous fight as well. I mean, we mentioned how Underlord got kicked out of the Earth Splitter, and, you know, that was some big damage that potentially could have killed him, and who knows how the fight would have gone.
Roll in. Silence.
Speaking of Underlord, this time, will he survive? Chaotic Offering again comes up in a mouse put down. The Blade Mill's activated by Tino. Rolling at the Breathe Fire as well. They will kill Underlord, but Sven with the cleave. It's so much damage as expected at the Pit of Malice. He is locked in place, but gets...
Oh, bros.
Also falls in the midst of that. Triple kill for Cox on the Ember Spirit. Wow. I mean, Earth Spirit barely survives.
They are not... Oh, Tino? He will TP out. They are not... They need to respect Mr. Warlock Man, Fatal Bonds, Veil of Discord Golem, and Dr. Cox. He's here too. He cleans... Look at that. He dealt the most damage on Warlock.
Ridiculous.
So, my friends,
Warlock.
yeah, they need to... This is the second time now where they don't need to really take the fights like that. You know, like they're forcing it. So they're going to have to rethink that from now on.
I mean, they definitely need to. Yeah, if it wasn't from the previous fight, certainly after this one, with especially how that went. I mean, Geek Fam has got to be feeling fantastic right now.
Oh, yeah. You've got the BKB on Olnet as well, right? Like, he's happy. As they're pinging out a Bing. It's probably going to be okay. Also, Bob, after dying, he swapped his item build from, I think, wanting to buy a BKB to a Midas. So,
oh, wow.
We have changed our approach. I think he was really like, okay, guys, this is bullshit. Let's stop fighting. Let's just late game. I go Midas. See you later.
I mean, Ember's more farm than DK now. Like, it's very telling of where this game is at, too. Speaking of Ember, Shanks is going to TP away, so good old Sprout TP play works pretty well.
BKB's not here yet.
He's dead. The Blade Mill, he doesn't care. He just tears him up through it. And that tower's gone.
What looked to be an incredible early game from Execration has quickly turned around. Now it's Geek Fam. They're certainly in the driver's seat. Like, sure, they're only up 2k, but now they've got like a lot of timings. Like, Olnet is very strong. We've seen Warlock in all these fights as well. You've got levels on all the other heroes, a pipe and levels on your Underlord. So, yeah, Execration definitely slipping up a little bit over these couple minutes. Ooh, a bang.
And a Veil of Discord on Warlock as well. So much amp damage coming out on their side. Yeah, they're playing beautifully around this Sven.
Yeah.
We mentioned Ember Spirit's also, he's more than recovered. He's catching up to the Medusa, for Christ's sake, on the other side. he's about to be second in net worth at this rate, it feels like. So
Yeah, that's what nice team fights are gonna